Hi everyone, welcome back to another video. Today we are going to be building an exciting e-commerce application project. We'll be creating two applications, one for the admin and one for the client. In this project, we will learn how to display products, promos, banners, discount coupons, and much more to the user. The client app will be fully controlled by the admin app, where we can modify anything, anytime, and changes will get reflected in both the apps in real time. We will be using Firebase and Stripe for this project. Firebase authentication will be used for authentication. Firestore will handle our database, and we'll be using it for real-time update capabilities to instantly reflect the changes in our products, promos, discount coupons, and much more. For payments, we'll be using Stripe, and after successful payment, we'll be also sending a payment receipt to the user. Upon completing this project, you will gain several skills, and also you can add this project in your CV that will help you get a better job. So let's start the video. Let us work on the admin app first. Navigate to the folder where you are willing to create the admin app, and then use Flutter create command. In my case, I am giving Ecommerce admin app. Now our admin app got created. Let's open it in VS Code. Let's navigate to the folder and open it in VS Code. Now here we'll be requiring some packages for our application. So open the terminal in VS Code and type flutter pub add. First, we'll be requiring Firebase core, then Firebase auth for authentication, Cloud Firestore for database collections, Firebase storage for storing pictures, image picker for picking images, and last, provider for state management. Just add all these packages. Now verify with your pubspec.camel file that all the packages are added or not. The admin app will be very simple. We are not going to do much here. So let's start by building a simple homepage UI where admin will get all the options for creating, reading and updating the data from the app directly. So our main job will start from the left folder. Inside the left folder we have main.dart file. Here we have the main function from where the execution of the code starts. Now after we have added the packages, we need to visit our Android app src build.gradle file. Here we need to change our minimum SDK to 23 because otherwise the Firebase packages will not work correctly. Let's run. Now our app is running successfully and we are not having any problems. It means that we have installed all the packages correctly and we have also set the build.gradle to Android minimum as SDK version to 23. Now here the UI that you are seeing is the default UI that comes when we create a new Flutter application. We don't want this. If we remove this homepage widget and add a simple placeholder, you'll find that our UI is gone. So here we'll be creating our custom home page and we'll also be using routes instead of this. So let's create routes. So first, let's create a folder named views. Here we'll be keeping all the logics for our UI. So here we'll be creating a file admin_home.dart. Since we need to change our widget multiple number of times, for that we are using stateful widget. Let's name it as a admin home. We need a very simple UI. So let's use a scaffold here, and here we'll have an app bar as title of text widget home, or we can say admin home, and here our root route means the slash. Here we'll be sending our admin homepage that we have recently created. We need to restart our application. Now it's showing the root route as admin home. Here we are going to be creating the simple UI where the admin will be able to monitor all the orders that are there, all the products that are there, how many orders and other stuffs are there. And the admin should also have the access to modify anything inside the database. So first, let's design a very simple UI here. Here we'll be creating one more folder inside our left folder. Name it as containers. Here we'll be creating a container that will be dashboard text dot. Just make a stateful widget. Name it as dashboard text. Here we'll be having a row, and the row will have children, and there first we'll have a text widget of font size 18. That will be our key, and then another text widget of value that will have font size of 20. Now here in our admin home, inside body we'll have a column will have children. Here we'll be calling the dashboard text widget. Now you will find that here it's showing the key and the value. We'll be passing the key and the value to this widget. So let's expect key and value. Here we'll be creating a final string, keyword and value, and we need to add the final parameters. This key is something different, not that key that we have created, and don't remove this. And instead of this key here, we'll be using the keyword that we are passing. It will be inside widget.keyword, and the value will be $widget.value. Now we need to pass some key and value here. Let's pass the keyword as total products, and let's give the value as 100. Now it's okay. It will be like this. After doing all our calculation, we'll pass the value to this dashboard text so that the admin is able to view the details of the products that are there inside Firestore. We can also make this to admin dashboard. It will be more better. Let us just wrap this dashboard text with a container, and here we'll be giving padding as 12. Also have a decoration of box decoration. You will have colors as colors.gray.shade 200, and then border will be border radius.circular. Now it will look something like this. Here let us add main axis alignment and cross axis alignment, and let us add some container height like 235, and here we'll be having several dashboard text. Just make a duplicate of it, and now we can just change the key and the value. It will update the dashboard text. Like if we make this as total orders, it will look something like this. Now this part is done. We need to work on the part for the buttons. Here again, inside our containers folder, we'll create another file. It will be home button.dart. It will be a stateful widget. Name it as home button. Here we'll be expecting the string route and the name. Add formal parameters. Instead of placeholder, it will be a container. We'll link this with our admin home. Here we'll have the home button. Now let's just provide a name as orders. Let us have some height and width of 42% of the screen size, and here we'll have some margin and decoration of box decoration. Here we are using the primary color. It will look something like this. And now we'll have a child here with center, and here we'll be specifying the widget.name, and we'll also add some text decoration and change the color to colors.white. So it will look something like this. Obviously the container does not have the on-click property, so we need to wrap this with a widget that will be our gesture detector. On tap, we'll be navigating the user using navigator.push named. The route name we are going to be expecting from the widget, so it will be widget.route. Now for now we don't have any route, so here we'll be getting the error. In this way we'll have the other buttons. Let's swap this with a row because we'll be having several buttons like this. One for orders, like let's name it as all orders. This will be all products. So we may need to pass the arguments. So instead of expecting the route, we can expect a final void callback of onTap and add formal parameters. Remove this route, and here onTap we'll use widget.onTap. Here we need to pass the onTap function. So for now, just use a empty function. So now it will be okay. Now we will be creating more search rows. Let's create 3 modes. Let's name this as promos, this one as banners, this one as categories, and this one as coupons for discount coupons. Now if the admin click any of this button, then it will redirect to the specified widget. Now let's start with the products, where admin can create, read, update and delete products. Now here we'll be linking Firebase with our application. Now you need to visit console.firebase.google.com. Here you can either create a new project or you can choose any of the existing project. If you have already exceeded the quota of creating project, then you can integrate with your any of this project. For creating a new project, you need to click on create a project. Here you need to provide the name of the project that you want to give. Then click on I accept and I confirm, and then click on continue. Here you can enable analytics. In this case I have disabled the analytics. It depends upon you. Click on create project and it will create a project for you. This was the project that I have used earlier. I'm going to use this same project for this e-commerce application. Since I'm going to add this to an existing project, you will get this type of UI in the console. Here you need to click on add app and select the platform as Flutter. First you need to have Firebase CLI installed in your system. You can follow this documentation. Mainly you need to have npm installed inside your system. Just download Node.js and install it in your system, and after that just run this command. It will install Firebase tool in your system, and now we can run this command Firebase login. Just open the terminal and type Firebase login. It will ask some question whether we would like to report information or not. Just keep it no for now. And now we need to sign it with our Gmail account. Select the Gmail account where you have created the project. Click on continue. Now our login is successful, and you will also get the mail here that you are logged in with this mail. And now we can go to the next step to activate Flutterfire CLI. Paste it. Now CLI has been activated. Now let's run this command. We'll be only using for iOS and Android for now. Here we need to provide the package name. Our package name will be inside Android app build.gradle. Here inside default config, application ID is our package name. Just copy it and paste it here. Now it's registering our project. Now our project has been registered. We need to add this await firebase.initialize app inside our main.dart file. First we need to make this main function async. Use widget flutter binding.ensure initialized to initialize all the widgets before running our application, and then we can call this firebase.initialize app. This Firebase is from Firebase core.dart, and default Firebase options is from the Firebase options.dart file that it has created for us. So here we'll be creating a folder named controllers. Here we'll create a file that will be our auth service.dart. Now inside auth service.dart file, we'll be creating a class name it as auth service, and here we are going to be writing the code for authentication using Firebase. We will be creating a function naming as create account with email, where we are going to pass email and password. It will be a future function, and we'll use try catch. First, we'll use firebase.instance.create user with email and password. In this function, we'll be passing the email and password that we are receiving, and then we'll be returning a string account created. In case of any Firebase auth exception, we'll be returning the error message to string. For login, we'll create one more future function, name it as login with email. There we'll be passing email and password. We are going to be using try catch to handle exception. Here we'll be using Firebase instance.sign-in with email and password. Here we also need to provide email and password, and after that we'll be returning a string login successful. In case of any exception, we'll return the error message to string. For logout, it will be very simple. Here we'll be creating a function logout, and there we'll use await firebase.instant.signout, and this will delete all the authentication data. This will make the user signed out. For resetting the password, we'll be creating one more function, reset password. There we are going to be expecting the email, and there we'll use await firebase.instance.send password reset email. Here we need to pass the email that we are accepting, and our last function will be to check whether the user is signed in or not. The name of the function will be is logged in. It will be a future boolean. It will either return true or false. Here we are creating a user variable with Firebase auth.instant.current user. This will return the current user, otherwise it will return nothing. So if user is not equal to null, then in that case it will return true. If user exists, user will only exist after they are signed in. So if this is not equal to null, it means true, otherwise it's false, means user is not logged in. Now we have written all the functions for our authentication. Now we need to link all of them. Here in views, let us create one more file. It will be our login.dart file. It will be a stateful widget. Let's name it as login page. You will be having a form key for text form field validation, text editing controller, email controller, and text editing controller, password controller for controlling all the value inputted by the user. Now instead of placeholder, here it will be a scaffold, and body will have a column will have children's. Now we need to also link this login page with our main routes. So open main.dart file. Here there will be one more route, that is login route, and it will redirect to login page. Now for now, let's have the root route as login page and restart the app. Now this is how our login page looks like, blank, because we don't have anything. First, let us just have an empty sized box of height 120 for some spacing. Then we will have one more sized box of width media query of width 90%. And then we'll have a column. Cross-axis alignment will be cross-axis alignment.start, and after that we'll have some children's inside the inner column. Text will be login with some with font size of 40 and font width of W700. And after that we'll have a text, get started with your account. So it will look something like this, as you can see on the emulator. Now after this we'll have one more sized box of height 10 for more spacing. Then we'll have one more sized box of width 90%. It will have a child of text form field as well as a validator that email cannot be empty. Here we are going to be link the email controller with this text form field, and decoration will be input decoration, where we'll pass the label text as email and border as outline border, and this way we have just created a simple text form field. Now we'll have a size box again of 90%. There will have a text form field. This time validator will be different. If the value dot length is less than 8 characters, then we are going to be giving the error that password should be at least 8 characters, and we are going to link password controller. Since this is password and it should be hidden, for that reason we are using obscure text to true, and decoration will be the simple decoration, outline border and text of password. So this will look something like this. After this password, we'll have one more size box of height 10 and a row that has a text button of text forget password. So it will be like this. For now, we are not passing anything when the user press this forget password button. After the row, we'll have one more size box of height 10, and then we'll have one more size box of height 60, width of 90%. It will have a child of elevated button. When the user press this button, for now we are not going to do anything, and the text will be login. So the login button will be looking like this. And after this size box, we'll have one more size box of height 10. After this, we'll have a row of main access element to center. Text will be don't have an account, and after that you will have a text button. On this, we are not passing anything for now. We will redirect the user to the sign up page, and text will be sign up. So this will look like something like this. Now let's work on the sign up page. Here inside views folder, create one more file. This will be sign up .dat. Now similar to our login page, we can just copy this part, paste the login page widget, and instead of login page, this will be sign up page, and here we'll be having one more text editing controller. This will be here instead of login, this will be sign up, and text will be create a new account and get started. Now we need to link this sign up page with our main routes. So it will be /sign up, and here we'll be calling sign up page. Now when we press this sign up button, it's redirecting us to the sign up page. Now here it will be already have an account, and instead of sign up it will show login, and will not push it to sign up again. We'll use navigator.pop to go to the previous page, and here the text will be sign up. We don't need forget password for this sign up. So now it's okay. If you press sign up, it's taking us to the sign up page, and if you press login, it's taking us to the login page. Now we need to link the auth functions that we have created. When the user press this login button, we will log in the user. Here we need to wrap this column with a widget that will be our form, and key will be our form key that we have created. Here it will be used for validation, and when the user press this login button, first we'll validate the form key. After our form key validation, we'll be using auth service or login with email, the same function where we are expecting to pass email and password. On successful login, we are returning login successful, else we are returning the error message to string. After we run, then we'll be getting a value in response. If value is equal to login successful, in that case we'll show a simple snack bar of login successful, and navigate the user to the home route using navigator.restorable push named and remove until. If we use this, then it will push to the home route and delete all the previous route, else it will be showing an error. In that case, we will be showing a snack bar of background color colors.shade 400, and the error will be inside the value, so we are going to just print the value. Now if we press login here, it's showing us the form key validation. Now let's type some random mail and some random password. Let's click on login. Here we are also getting the error. One thing to note that we were getting bottom overflow. To fix this, we can wrap this form with another widget that will be single child scroll view. Now our problem will resolve. Now let's work on the sign up part first. Now in case of sign up, we'll do the same. First we'll start validating the form key, and then we'll use auth service, but this time we'll use create account with email. Here we expect the user to pass email and password. If we are able to create the new account, in that case we are returning account created, else we are returning the error message. After this function, then we'll be getting a value. If the value is equal to account created, in that case we'll return a snack bar of text account created and navigate the user to our home route using navigator.restorable push named and remove until. Else we'll return the error message in snack bar of colors.red. Here we need to also wrap this with a form key, and we can also wrap this with a single child scroll view to fix bottom overflow. Now we have not yet created the home route, so for that our home route will be the admin home route that we have already created. Now let's sign up and create a new account. Let's sign up. Here we are getting account created and we are getting redirected to our home page directly. Now in our admin home, inside our app bar, let's have an inside actions, we'll have another icon button. This time it will be icons.logout. It will be inside icon widget. When we press this, we'll use auth service.logout and we'll use navigator.push named and remove until. We'll redirect the user to the login page. So here we'll use login and route will be false. It will be push named and remove until. Now let's try to log out. Here we are logged out. Now let's try to log in with the same email that we have used in sign up. Now here we are getting login successful, but you might have noticed that inside admin home we are also getting bottom overflow. To fix that, just wrap it with single child scroll view. It will remove the error. But now one thing to note that here we are just having the root route as login page, but this should not be the case if the user is already logged in or have a session inside the app. Then in that case we should not ask them to log in again. So for that, here we'll create one more stateful widget. It will be check user and we'll use that in our root route. Check user. Here instead of a placeholder we'll be having a scaffold and body will be center child circular progress indicator. Now it will look something like this. Inside the init state, we'll be using the auth service.is logged in function. This will either return true or false. If the value is true, then user is logged in. In that case, we'll redirect them to the home page. Else, we'll redirect them to the login page. Now let's restart. We'll find that we are getting redirected to the home page directly. Now let's try to log out and let's try to restart again. Here we are getting redirected to the login page. One thing that is left is the forget password part. For forget password, we are not going to create a specific page. Instead, we'll use that in a dialog box inside our login page. When we press this forget password button, first we should show a dialog box and ask the user to input the email and send a recovery mail to the specific mail. First, we'll use show dialog to show a dialog pop-up. There we need to pass the context and the builder. In builder, will be returning an alert dialog. There first the title will be forget password and inside content will have a column, and column will have min access size to min access size dot min to take the minimum amount of size, and cross access alignment will be to start to align all the items to the start, and inside children's will have a text enter your email and sized box for some spacing, and then we'll have a text form field. Here the controller will be the email controller. This one that we are using here, email controller, the same email controller. If the user fills the email here, then it will get reflected here also, and the same decoration we are using. In actions, we'll be having two buttons. First button will be the cancel button. It will be just using navigator.pop to close the pop-up, and the other one will be the submit button, where we'll be checking if the email controller.text is empty. In that case, we'll show a snack bar that email cannot be empty, else we need to send the reset password mail. So we'll call auth service.reset password, and there we need to pass the email. So email will be inside our email controller.text. Then after our mail is sent, we'll return password reset link sent to email and then close the pop-up. This might throw some error because if the user, now when we press this button here, we are getting the pop-up, but one thing to note that it might happen that user enters the wrong email. In that case, we need to handle the exception. So here let us swap this with try and catch error. Here will be returning, it will be on Firebase auth exception. Here we'll just return e.message.toString, and here we'll return mail sent. So after the value, if the value is equal to mail sent, then in that case we are going to show a snack bar and close the pop-up, else we are going to show a snack bar in this case also, but this time the value will be the value that we are receiving. It will consist the error, and the background color will be colors.red.shade 400, and text will have a style of text type colors.white. If we enter some email that is not valid, it will show the snack bar. Now let's try to reset a mail. Let's send a reset mail. Here we are clicking submit. Here we are getting password reset link sent to your mail. Now we have received the password resetting mail. If we visit this website and enter our new password, now we can log in with our new password. Let's test it. Yes, so reset password is also working. Now inside our admin dashboard, instead of colors.gray, we can use colors.deeppurple.shade 100. Then this will look more better. Now from here we'll be starting to work with Firestore database. For that, first inside our controllers we'll create one more file. This will be our dbservice.dart. In this file we are going to be writing all the database logic. First let's create a class named dbservice. Since this is my old project, I already have a Firestore database created for this project. In your case, if you don't have, click on create database. From there choose the production mode and choose your nearest location and click on create. It will create a Firestore database for you. And we need to also update the rules inside Cloud Firestore so that only authenticated users can read, write and update and delete from our Firestore database. For that you need to change request.auth is not equal to null. Since I am using an existing project, I already have some collection, but in your case you will not have this option. You need to create a new collection and choose the location. And here in rules, you need to modify the rules. The main rules will be like this. You need to convert it to allow read and write if request.auth is not equal to null. This line, it means that Firebase will only allow us to read, write, update or delete if the user is authenticated, otherwise it will not allow. Means only authenticated users can access our database. Now here we already have a existing user collection. We'll not use that, we'll create a separate collection. Let's start with categories because each product will belong to specific category. So we need to first create all the categories. Here we are creating a stream of query snapshot, and this query snapshot is coming from Cloud Firestore database. Let's name it as read categories. Here we'll return Firebase firestore.instance.collection, and this will be the name of our collection. For now, we have not yet created this collection, but if we call this function, it will automatically get created. We don't need to worry about that. Now, main thing about Firebase Firestore is that we don't need to manually cache the data. Cloud Firestore package automatically cache the data and updates automatically when there is some change in Firestore database. So we don't need to worry about that. Now this is how we are reading the categories. Let's write a function how we can. Now here we are going to write the function to create a new category. This time it will be a future function. Let's name the function as create categories. Here we'll pass a map of string and dynamic value. You will be passing a map of key string and value of dynamic data. The function will be async. Here we'll use await Firebase firestore.instance.collection of shop categories, this one, and here we'll use add data. The data that we are passing, we are going to add it directly inside our Firestore collection shop categories. Now to update the category, we'll create one more future function, update categories. This time we'll be requiring a doc ID and the data to update. It will be an async function. Here we'll use await Firebase firestore.instance.collection and the name of our collection shop categories, and then we'll get to the specific document with the doc ID that we are passing and update the specific data that we are willing to update. Now for deleting the category, it will be similar. Here we'll create a future delete category function. Here we'll be only needing the document ID and async function. This will be an async function. Use await Firebase firestore.instance.collection. The name of the collection shop categories .doc ID .delete, and it will delete the specific category. Now we have written all the function for creating, reading, updating and deleting. Now we need to display that to our admins. Since we'll be doing some more calculations with this data, for that reason we need to use state management here. For state management, we have already added the package provider for our state management. Here we'll inside left folder we'll create one more folder. This will be our provider. This will be our providers folder. Here we'll create a new file. It will be admin provider.dart. It will be class admin provider extends change notifier. We are going to be having a list of query snapshot categories and we are going to be streaming over that data. For that, let's create a stream subscription of query snapshot, naming it as category subscription. Here we need to write the function to initialize the admin provider, and here we need to read all the categories. Here we are creating a function get categories that when we call this function, first we are going to be cancelling the existing category subscription if it exists. Then we'll assign category subscription to dbservice.read categories, and we are going to be listening over that and receiving a snapshot of query snapshot. When we receive this snapshot, we'll assign snapshot.docs to the categories. We can also have an integer value of total categories set as 0, and here we can count the total categories to snapshot.docs.length. And after all of this, we need to notify our listeners. Now if we call this function, then it will read the data first and update the total categories. Now we need to call this function when we call the admin provider. For that, now we need to call this get categories function when we are initializing the admin provider. So let's use get categories. Now when we call the admin provider, it will initialize it and call the get categories function, and it will load all the categories from the snapshot data. In case of any changes, it will also update it immediately, and here we are also calculating the total categories length. Now our provider is ready, but we need to create a model first, otherwise it will be very difficult for us to work. So inside our left folder, create one more folder, name it as models. Here we are going to be creating a new file, name it as categories model dot dart. You will be having a class of categories model. Now what are the things that a category should have? A category should have a name, image, ID and priority. How much priority should we give to this category? One thing we could have done in our dbservice.dart file, here when we are reading the categories, we can read it by ordering them by priority of descending to true. It means that if the priority is 100 of some category and priority is 50 or 80 for some category, then the 100 one will be displayed first and then 80, 50 like this in descending order. Now here we need to initialize the constructors. Required this dot id, required this dot name, required this dot image, and required this dot priority. Constructor initialization is done. Now the data that we are saving to Firestore will be in form of JSON. So we need to pass that JSON to the model object. So for that we'll use the factory function, create a new function, categories model dot from JSON. Here we'll be passing the JSON and the string ID. This will be our document ID, and document ID will not be inside JSON. So we need to accept that separately. Here we'll return categories model. Name will be inside JSON name, image will be inside JSON image, and priority will be inside JSON priority. Since ID is not in JSON, we need to use this ID. Now one thing to note, that when we are reading the data from Firestore, we will not be getting one single category, we'll get multiple number of categories, so it will be in form of list. We need to parse that whole list to single category objects. For that, here we are creating a list of category model function from JSON list. Here we are going to expect list of query snapshot, and then we'll use list. Then we'll map over the list that has been passed, where E will be the specific JSON data for each of the list. The e.data, we are passing it as map of string comma dynamic, and ID will be inside e.id. And then we are converting all of them to list. In this way, we are converting that Firestore data to the category model to list of categories model function. Now this two function will be very helpful in getting the data. Now here in views, we'll create one more file. It will be categories page.dart. It will be a stateful widget, categories page. Just have a scaffold. App bar will be app bar of title text categories. Now we need to also link this with our main route category. Here we'll pass the context to our categories page. It will be slash category. Now what we want, when the user press this categories button, it should redirect us to this categories page. Inside admin home, when the user press this categories button, we should use navigator.push name to our categories route. Now let's check. So this is our categories route. Here we'll have a very simple UI with some simple list view builder and list type. We'll not do some advanced stuff. Now one thing that we have not done yet, that we need to link our provider with our material app. Otherwise it will not be available for us to access it. Otherwise we'll not be able to access it. So here let's swap it with a widget. It will be change notify provider, and here we need to provide a create. We'll create a context of admin provider, and here we need to also pass a builder. Here instead of this child, it will be this material app. Now it's okay. Here the title will be Ecommerce admin app, and now here we need to read all the categories that we have. So here after the app bar, we'll have a body, Since the data is coming from the provider, we need to use a consumer to listen to any changes. Consumer will be a return type of admin provider. Here we need to provide the builder, and builder will have context, value and child. We need to create a list of category models. Let's name it as categories, and here we'll convert all the data of query document snapshot to our categories model. It will be in form of list, and the value will be inside values.categories. And now first, if our categories.length is empty, it means that we don't have any categories. We need to show that message to the screen, else we need to show the categories. If our categories is empty, in that case we'll show no categories found, else here we'll return a list view builder. Item count will be value.categories.length, and item builder here will be receiving context and index. Here we'll be having a list type, and for title we'll be printing categories for each index.name, and for subtitle we can print the priority of that category. So here it's showing no categories found because we have not yet created any category. After here we'll have a floating action button. Will be a floating action button. On press, for now we'll do nothing. Icon will be, it will have a child of icon, icons.add. What we want here, when we press this floating action button, it should open a pop-up and give us the option to add a new category. So for this, let's add a stateful widget where we will be showing the pop-up. Create a stateful widget. Let us name that widget as modify category. Now this will work for 2 times. First for adding and for editing. We'll use the same alert dialog here. Here we'll accept some attribute like boolean is updating, string name, it may be there or may be null, category ID, image, and key priority. Need to add formal parameters. With this, if we pass is updating, in that case we are going to update the specific data. If we are not passing is updating, it means it will create a new data. So let's write the logic here. Instead of placeholder, here we'll be having an alert dialog, and in title we'll have a text. If our widget is updating and it's true, in that case we'll show the text as update category, else we'll show add category. Now if we press this button, when we press this floating action button, we should show a dialog. Our builder will be context of the widget that we have created, modify category, and here we need to pass all this data. If we are adding the data, when we are pressing this add button, we are adding the data, so is updating will be false. We are not updating. Will not have any category ID. So let's make it as empty string, and we might not also have a priority because we are adding the data. Priority will be 0. Now if we press this plus button, it's showing us the alert dialog. Now we need to modify it. Here we'll be having a form key for validation and image picker widget. This is from the image picker package. A variable picker will assign it to image picker, and a x5 image where we are initializing it to null for now, and 3 text editing controllers for controlling the text form field, and 3 text editing controllers for controlling the text form field. Inside content we'll have a single child scroll view to fix bottom overflow, and it will have a child of form where we are assigning the form key that we have defined previously, and here we'll have a column. Column will have first axis alignment dot start and main axis size to main axis size dot min, and first we'll have the children, all will be converted to lowercase, and a size box for spacing, and a text form field with a simple validation that this can't be empty. This will look something like this. And then we'll have another sized box, and then we'll have a text. This will be used for ordering, and another sized box. Then we'll pass the priority controller with a simple validator. This can't be empty. And after this we'll have one more sized box. Here we'll be having an elevated button for the user can either pick the image from storage or directly paste the image URL link. So we want to give the option to the user that they can either pick the image from their storage or they can just link the image or they can just provide the image URL, we'll take that. So after this, we'll have another text form field for image controller. Here we can directly paste the link, or after we pick the image, it will be using that same link. We'll write that code later. So now it's okay, but instead of colors.gray.shade 100, we can use colors.deeppurple.shade 50. Now it's looking more better. In our init state, in case of update, we'll be passing all the data. So we need to set that data after we receive the data from if the widget is updating and widget.name is not equal to null, it means that we are updating the data. In that case, we need to set the data in our controllers. So category controller.text will be widget.name, image controller.text will be widget.image, and priority controller.text will be widget.priority.toString. In this way, in case of updating, we can easily put that data. Now we need to write that function for uploading image to our Firebase storage. For that, we need to first visit build storage. Here you need to click on get started, and you can use it for production mode. Now select the location and click on done. Select the nearest location here. Now here we need to come to rules. Here you will find that reading and writing, if false, we need to modify it. We need to modify if request.auth is not equal to null. It means that only authenticated users can create, read, update and delete inside our Firebase storage. So just publish this rule. Now it's okay. Now here we need to write the function so that we can upload the image. For that, inside our controllers folder, we'll write one more file. This will be storage service.dart. Create a class storage service. Here we'll be creating a variable Firebase storage _storage that will have Firebase storage.instance. And now write the function to upload image to Firebase storage. We will be writing the function to upload the image to Firestore. Let's create a future function naming upload image. Here we'll be passing our file path and the build context. This build context is from material.dart. We'll create a snack bar of text uploading image, and then we'll print our uploading image, and we'll create a file of the file path that we're receiving. This build context is from material.dart and this file is from dart.io. Now here we'll start uploading. We'll use it inside try catch to handle any exceptions. First, in try, we will create a unique file name with the date time. Our file name will be the date time when we are uploading it, and then we'll create a reference. Here inside storage, we'll be having a images folder where we are going to store all the images, or we can name it as shop images. Here we are creating an upload tasks variable where we are putting our file inside Firebase storage, and then we are completing the upload tasks function. Then we are waiting for the upload tasks to complete. Here we will be getting the download URL. Let's print the download URL and return the download URL. In any case, there might be some exception, so we need to catch it. In case of any exception, we are just returning null. So for that reason, we have set the return type of string that can be null. So for that reason, we have set the return type of for this function as nullable string. So it may return a string or a null. Now here we will be calling this storage service function. Now here we are going to write the function to pick the image using image picker. Just create a future pick image function. Here we will not be returning. Here we are not going to return anything. For that reason, we are setting the return type as void. Here we will create a image variable where we will use await picker.pickImage, and image will be picked from our image source.gallery. And if our image is not null, we'll create a res variable of string that can be nullable. We'll create a res variable that will be string and can be also null. Here we'll assign storage service.upload image. This is the class that we have created. Just import that, and now we need to set the state so that it updates the UI. And here if the result is not equal to null, it means we have received the download URL. In that case, we will be simply assigning that result to image controller.text, and this text form field will get filled with that download URL, and then we'll show the snack bar as image uploaded successfully. Now we need to call this pick image function when we click on this pick image button. Let's do that. When we press this button, it should call pick image function. So if we open this page, this image will be null. This is the image that we are assigning the value after we are picking the image. So this will be null every time. So here we need to check if our image is equal to null. It can happen that we are adding the data or updating the data. When we are updating the data, we might have the value of image controller.text field, image controller.text pre-filled like this. Here we are doing. So in that case, if image controller.text is not empty, this will be the Firebase storage download URL. So in that case, we can use a container and use a child network, image.network, and assign the image controller.text to it. In this case, it will show the network image. That image is not available. In that case, we'll show a simple sized box. If our image controller.text is not empty, it means that we need to upload the image by ourselves. In that case, we'll be showing a simple container, and there we'll have a child image.file. Here we need to provide the file path of the local image. This file will be from dart.io, and now if we save it, now here if we try to pick an image and upload it, here we are getting the image, and if we check the Firebase storage, we need to refresh it. Here we are having a shop images folder, and here we have the image that we have uploaded. Now let's add the buttons for submit and cancel. Here in actions, there will be two text buttons. First text button will be the cancel button, so that we can cancel it. It will just pop out the alert dialog, and the second one will be submit. In this case, if we are creating a new category, in that case we'll call the create function. If we are updating an existing category, then in that case we'll call the update function. First, when we press the submit button, it should validate the text form field. Now if we try to submit, it's showing this can't be empty. And then if our widget is updating, means we are updating the data, in that case we'll call dbservice.update categories and pass the doc id and the data that we are willing to pass. We need to import dbservice from dbservice.dart. If we are not updating, it means that we are creating a new document. In that case, we'll call the same thing, but instead of update categories, it will be create categories, and we don't need the doc id for now. Because when we create a new document, doc id will be created automatically. And after this, we can also add a snack bar, like category updated for this and category added for this. We can make this function async and use await, so that this function gets called first and then our snack bar shows the data. Now here it was the function where we are writing in shop categories function, and we are passing the data in form of map key value pair, and also here in case of update we are requiring the doc id. And one more thing we can do, instead of showing submit, if our widget is updating, in that case we'll show update, else we'll show add. Here let's write the category name as phone, and the priority let's give it 200. For image, let's pick this image. It's uploading the image. Now image has got uploaded. Now let's click on add. It's showing category added, but we are not popping the alert dialog. So what we can do, after this if and else statements got completed, we'll use navigator.pop so that it closes the alert dialog. Now you can see that it's showing form and the priority. Let's try to add one more. This time let's add a camera. For priority, let's give it 60. Here we have already got the link. Let's click on add. The data is getting updated instantly. Now here we'll modify the list type. Currently we are only having the title and the subtitle. We can also add a leading. Here we can show a container of height 50 and width also 50, and the child will have image.network. Here it might happen that categories of specific index.image might be a null value, or it might have a value of empty string. In that case, we need to show something that the image is not available. For that we can use this kind of image, else we'll show the real image. Let's save it, and now here it's showing the image. Now here we are able to view the image as well as the category and the priority. Here we want to add an edit button. So in Trally, we'll be adding an icon button. It will be having an icon for icons.edit outline. And on press, we'll be calling this same function to show dialog and modify category. But here is updating will be true, and our category ID will be inside category/index.id, and priority will be inside category/index.priority. If you check the Firestore database, then you will find that we have a shop categories collection, and here we have the priority name image and priority name image all are there. So this should work. Let's try to edit this. Here it's showing update category, but the value is not coming. Here we also need to pass the image. Here we also need to pass the other properties, like the image will be inside category/index, category index.image, and name will be inside categories index.name. Now if we press this, it's showing us to edit. Like if we change the priority to 160, yes, so our category is also getting updated. Now we are good to go. Now in this case we are just uploading the image, but we also want that if we only paste the link of the image, it should also work. So let's try with some more thing. From here, let us just copy the image link, and here it will be earbuds. Priority, let's give 50, and let's paste the link, and let's click on add. So it's also working. If we don't upload the image and link the image, in that case also it's working. Now we need to delete the category. What we want when the user do a long press here. Now if the user taps here, we will give them the option to update or delete it. On tap, we will be showing a dialog. Here we'll pass the context. Here will return alert dialog, and title will be text. Choose what you want to do, and content will be text. Select, choose. So let's test it, and here we'll have some actions. First one will be text button. It will be a text of delete category, and another one will be update category. We can also add a content text. Delete action cannot be undone. Now here we have already written the function for updating. We need to call this show dialog and modify category. Just copy this and paste it again if the user press this. But before that we need to pop this and then show a new dialog. Now if we click update category from here, it's showing us the update category option. And if we want to delete this category, then we need to call the delete function. Now here inside our containers, we'll create one more file. This will be our additional confirm.dart. Here we'll be creating a stateful widget, additional confirm. Here we'll be returning an alert dialog. Mainly here we are going to ask yes or no. So just the text will be are you sure, and some content will also having some text. For this, let's just receive the text, content text. It will be a type of string, and also void callback on yes and on no. So you will be passing the widget.content text. Actions will be having two text button. First one will be on no widget dot on no, and text will be no. Second one will be widget dot on yes, text will be yes. Show dialog. In context, in the builder will pass the context additional confirm. Are you sure you want to delete this? On yes, will call db service dot delete categories. Here we need to pass the doc id. Doc id was inside categories for specific index dot id, and on no will use navigator dot of context. Now if we press this, if we click here we are getting, are you sure we want to delete this? If we click no, it's popping the context. Before showing the dialog, we should close this default show dialog. So let's use navigator dot pop context and then show additional context. Now if we click yes here, it has deleted the category. After this, we also need to close this. So let's use navigator dot pop. Now let's try to create a category test. For image, let's use a link. Now let's try to delete it. Yes, now delete is also working. This was a very simple UI that we have created for our categories, and in most cases we'll be using this same logic. In most cases for admin, we'll be using the same UI multiple number of times using list view. So let me add some more categories. Now our categories are ready. Here we are able to update, delete and modify the category. One thing to note that when we are picking the image and uploading it, here the size of the container is very big. In that case, we can just reduce the size here in our container. Here we can reduce the size to 200. Now it's okay. And after this pick image button, we can also add a size box of height 10. Now it's okay. Now all the categories are added. Now let us work for the products part, where we will be able to create, read, update and delete products. So for that, inside DB service, we'll write the functions. For reading products from database, it will be similar to reading categories. Just copy this, and here instead of read categories, it will be read products, and it will be shop underscore products, and we can order it by category. And also for creating a new product, we'll use the same logic. Name the function as create product. You will pass the data of map string key and dynamic value. Here it will be shop products. Also for updating the product, we'll use the same logic. Only the collection will be changing. Here it will be update product. Collection will be shop products. Also for deleting the product, this function will be same. Here we'll just change the name as delete product, and the collection name will be shop underscore products. Now we have written the function for CRUD functionality for products. Now we need to design our product page. This page will be very similar to the categories page that we have designed. But here first we need to create a model that will be our product model, so that we can parse the query snapshot JSON to our product model object. So here inside models folder, we'll create a new file. It will be products model.dart. Here it will be products model. For the product model, we'll have several attributes like name, description, image, old price, new price, category, ID and max quantity. We can also have more attributes. If we require, then we are going to add it. For now, we don't require anymore. Let's initialize the constructor. And now here we'll be writing the function to convert the JSON to object model. It will be a factory function of products model.toJSON. Here we'll be expecting map of string, dynamic and string ID. This function will be very much similar to the function categories model. So here we'll be returning product model. JSON will be name, JSON dex will be description, new price will be new price, old price will be old underscore price, categories will be categories, max quantity will be quantity and ID will be the ID that we are passing. In this way, we should know that when we are saving the data, keys should match this. If the keys does not match this, then we'll have some problem because the data will not be present. In our use case, we'll be receiving list of query document snapshot. So we need to convert them to list of product model. So let's write a function. Here we are creating a function from JSON list and we are passing all the document query snapshot that we are receiving from Firestore, and then we'll return list.map. It will loop over each of the elements from the data that we receive, and then for each it will use products.formJSON, this function, and pass the JSON. JSON will be in e.data and we are passing it as a map of string format dynamic, and also we need to pass the ID. The ID will be e.id and it will be to list. Now all the Firestore documents that will be inside shop products will be in form of products model, so that we can pass the data easily in our application. Now let's create a new file, name it as products page.dat. Here we are going to list all the products. We need to perform several calculations. So for that reason, here also we'll be requiring to use providers for state management. So similar to this too, we'll be having list of products and product subscription. Here we'll be creating a function similar to this to get all products. It will be get products. First we will be cancelling underscore product subscription, and here we'll use dvservice.read products and we'll assign all the values to products, and we need to also create another variable. This will be total products and assign that value total products here. Now we need to also call that function when we initialize the admin provider. So we'll call get products here. Now when we click on this products button, it should open the products page. So inside name, we'll be adding one more route. This will be for our products. It will be context to products page, and inside admin home, when we press this products button, we want to navigate using navigator.push name. Route will be products. When we click on this, we are getting navigated to the products page. Here we'll use a scaffold, all the body. Now our data will be coming from provider, so we need to use a consumer. First in app bar, we'll be having an app bar. Title will be text products, and here body will have a consumer of admin provider. Here it will have a builder where it will return context value. Here we'll be having list of products. So products, we are creating a variable products of list of product model. Here we are using products.formJSON list, where we convert the list of query document snapshot to our products model. So products.value.products will be that query document snapshot. We need to convert it as list of product model. Now we have got all the products. If products dot is empty, in that case we can return center text no products found. Else we have some products, in that case we'll return list view builder. Item count will be products dot length. Item builder will be, here we will return a list type. Now here it's showing no products found because we don't have any products for now. Here we'll have the title of text products for specific index dot name. The name of the product can be big, so for that we are using max lines to do, and overflow to text overflow dot ellipse subtitle. In subtitle we'll have a text of products for a specific index dot new price, the current price, and here in our floating action button we'll have a floating action button. Icon will be, child will be icons dot add, and on press. For now let's not have anything. When we press this button, we will be creating one more page. It will open where we can add new products. Now here, let us create a page that will be our modified product page. It will be a stateful widget. Name it as modified product. Here will be having a scaffold app bar. App bar will have a title of text modified product. It will not be modified product every time, because if we are adding the product, then it should be add product, and if we are updating the product, it should be update product. Here we are going to be having a product ID that will be initializing later, and a form key and some text editing controllers that will be used for filling the data on text form fields. Here in body we'll have a column will have children. So we need to also link this with our routes. Inside main.dat we'll add one more route. This will be add underscore product. It will be context modified product. When we click on this from our products page, when we click on this floating action button, we should redirect the user to the add product page. So we will use navigator.push name. Route will be /add underscore product. Now here we need to send the data. Since we are using name round, we cannot send it directly. We need to use arguments. For now, let's keep that aside. Here in products page, let's design the UI first for add products. Inside columns, first we'll be having some text form field where first we are inputting the product name, and then we'll have a size box for some spacing, again where we input the old price of the specific product, and then size box, and then the current selling price of that product and size box, and then the number of quantities that are left for that specific product, and then a size box. If we click on plus, it's showing the UI like this. We can wrap this with a form key. Will be our form key, and this will look good if we give some padding, and also wrap it with a single child scroll view. Now we need to also give the option so that they can pick the categories. It will be a similar text form field. This time it will be category controller. Head text will be category, and label text will also be category. But one thing we are going to do, here will not give the option to directly type the category. Instead, we'll give them the option to pick the category from the category list that we have already defined, from the category list that we have in our Firestore data. If we don't have any category, then we can ask them to create a new category. So for that, first we need to convert this to read only to true, so that we can only read, and then we'll use the onTab function. Here we'll be using show dialog to show a dialog context, and here we'll show an alert dialog. Title will be text select category like this, and content, you will have column children, min axis size, cross axis alignment will be cross axis alignment dot start, and min axis size will be min axis size dot minimum, a size box of height 10 for some spacing. After that we'll use consumer. After this we'll use consumer of admin provider. Here we'll be passing column of children, so it will be value dot categories dot map. For each element we will return a text e/me dot to list. So now you can see that it's showing us all the categories. When we click on this, now we, instead of making this a text widget, we can make this as a text button, and on press we can just set the category controller dot text to this dot name, and set state. Also use navigator dot pop context. Now we have converted this to all this to text. If we click any of this, the category is getting changed to this, and we cannot input the category by our own. So this is a good approach. Here also we have a column what we want. We can set the cross-axis alignment to cross-axis alignment dot start. Now it's okay. And if you want, we can also remove this size box. We can select any of the categories, but categories should be within this list. Now in some cases we might have bottom overflow. To avoid that, let us swap it with single child scroll view. Now after this text form field, we'll be having a size box of height 10 and another text form field for description. This time it will be maximum of 8 lines, so it will look something like this. And then we'll have one more controller left, so here we'll be having one more size box of height 10, and then we'll be having another text form field. This time it will be image controller, and this will be image link. Like the previous one for categories, how we did it, it will be similar. Here we'll be using this function, pick image function, and here we'll put that here. We need to import storage service, image picker, and we need to also declare our image picker and X file image. Now we need to simply call this pick image to pick our image manually and upload to Firebase storage, and then we'll be getting the link. So we need to do that same thing before this. Image link text form field. Before this image link text form field. So here also we can use the same logic. Just copy this and paste it here like this. After the size box, before this, we'll have if image controller.text is empty, then we'll use that. Otherwise, we will be using the file image. Now, currently, we don't have anything. And then we'll have an elevated button like this one that will show pick image. And then also we are going to have a sized box just like this. Now we have the option for picking an image. Let's test it. So yes, it's working. Let's just try. Yes, so it's working. We are able to pick the image, and also the link is getting added to this. Now we need to simply complete this by adding a elevated button at the end. So here after this text form field, let us have a sized box of height 10, and then here we'll be having an elevated button. For on press, we'll do that later on. The text will be add product. Now the elevated button is very small. Let us wrap it with a size box. Add height as 60 and width as $infinity. Now it's okay. Now we'll be receiving all the values in form of arguments. So we need to do such kind of modification so that we are able to read the arguments. We are going to be receiving the arguments. It will be final arguments. Here we'll be receiving the arguments. The arguments will be module route.off context nullcheck.settings.arguments, and if our arguments is not equal to null and arguments is a type of product model, in that case arguments is a type of products model. In that case, we can set the data. So let's write a function that will set the data from arguments. Here we'll be creating a set data function where we will expect products model data, and from there we will set the data inside our text dating controllers, like the product ID will be data.id, and like this it will go on. Name controller.text will be data.name. Old price controller.text will be old price.toString because it's in form of integer, so we need to convert it to string. Also same for the new price and max quantity. Then category text will be data.category, test controller.test will be data.description, and image controller will be data.image. After we set the data, we need to refresh our UI. So for that we'll use setState. Now if we pass the data, then it should first set the data. If we are setting the data in the controllers, then the text inside the text form field will get pre-filled if we have some data. So here we'll use set data and the data that we're receiving from arguments. Now after we receive the data from the route, then we are setting the data here. In case of update, this will be very helpful. So one thing we can do, if product ID is not empty, in that case we can show update product, else we can show add product. Now it's showing add product, that's correct, because when we are creating a new product, we'll be not having the product ID. Now on submit, every text form field has validations on it. So if you use if form key dot current state null check dot validate, in that case it will validate all the text form field. If you have not filled and trying to click this, yes, so we are getting this validation error. Now after all our data are filled, here we'll be calling either the update product or create product. We can identify if the product has a product ID, then it means that we need to update the product. If we don't have the product ID, it means that we need to create a new product. So here in the DB service page, we have already written the function for creating and updating product. Here one thing is that for updating, we will be requiring the document type, that will be the product ID, and for creating product, we'll be requiring the data, JSON data. Here we have written all the function for updating and creating the product. We'll be using that. Our data will be this: name to name controller.text, old price to, first we need to parse it to integer and then pass the old price controller.text, and also similar for name, new price, and quantity. Category will pass category controller.text and description for this controller.text, and image will be image controller.text. This will be the data. And if we product ID, if product ID is not empty, in that case we need to update the data. So we will call db service dot update product. We will need to pass the product ID. Product ID will be inside product ID, and the data will be the data that we are creating from all this text form field. And after updating the product, we can show a snack bar that product has been updated, and use navigator.top to close this page. Similar to this, else if we are creating new product, we'll use dbservice.create product. We don't need a product ID, and here we'll show a snack bar, product added. Now let's try to add a product. And our image got uploaded. Now let's try to add a product. So here it's showing product added, and it's also showing here the name of the product and the price. Now inside product page, we can also use that same logic for our categories page. Leading will be a container of height 50, width will be also 50, and child will have image.network. It will be products/index.image. So now it's also showing the image. We can do one more thing here. We can just wrap it with a row, and then we can add one more text. This will be products for specific index dot category. It's showing that it belongs to the category of phone dot to uppercase, and here let's wrap it with a container, give some padding, edging 6.all4, and also color will be to of context dot primary color. We need to also change the text type, so let's use type to text type, colors to colors dot white. Now main axis alignment will be main axis alignment dot space between. Now it's okay. Now if we verify with our cloud Firestore database, here you will find that products are getting added. Now let's work on the function where we give the option to update it. Inside try-link we'll have icon button of icons dot edit outline, and on press. For now let's add a null function. Now here we are able to view the product. Now what we want, when we click on this edit button, it should open that same page, but this time we are going to be passing the arguments. So when we press this button, we'll be using navigator dot push named. Here the route name will be add product, the same route where we are adding product, but this time we'll pass some arguments, and arguments will be the products for specific index. This is the products model. Now if we click here, let's see what happens. You can see that it's already loading the existing data that we have filled. So for that reason, we have created search so that when we receive the arguments, at that moment we are setting the data and updating all our text form field. For that reason, when we are pressing this, it's saving and loading all the data. From here we can modify as we want, like let's add something more. Now our product is also getting updated, but one thing to note that this will not be add product. This will be update product when we are updating the data. So we need to do some changes here. Yes. So if our product ID will use the same logic, if our product ID is not empty, in that case it will be update product, else it will be add product. Now it's okay. Now in this way we can add some more products for specific categories as we want. We can either link the image directly or pick an image by ourselves. When we tap on this list type, it should open the product details of this specific product. So for that we'll be creating one more file. It will be view product.dart. For this, here we'll be having a stateful widget, view product, and we need to also link with our main.dart file. It will be /view product context view product. Now when we tap on this, we should be visiting this route. Here also we need to accept the data in form of arguments, because we are using routes, we cannot pass them directly. So here we'll be having a scaffold, app bar will be app bar, title text, users view, and then we'll have the body. Here we are going to be creating a very simple UI. So let's have a column children. First, here we'll be passing the arguments in form of product model, so we need to use as products model, and now we can access all the data from this arguments. So let's link this. When we press this list type on tap on this list type, we should navigate the user to view product, and arguments will be products/index. Let's try to tap here. Now it's opening the user's view. It's correct. Here first we'll have an image.network, and image will be inside arguments.image. Now the image is very big. We will reduce the size of the image. Let's add this property, and now the size of the image is reduced, and we are also using fit as box fit.content. And after this we'll have some text to highlight the product name. So here we are having the text of product name. We can wrap this with another column, and we can add a padding here. We can also add some sized box of height 10 for extra spacing. Now it's okay. Here we'll be having the description of the product. So it will be text arguments description. Now we need to align everything towards the start. So cross-axis element will be cross-axis element dot start. Before the description, we can add more things like a row that has children's. We can add a text of rupees arguments dot old price and add some simple text decoration. So the text will be like this, like it has been striked off, and after that we'll be showing the real price, the new price that we have for this product. Similar to this text, we'll have arguments dot new price, and it will be 20. We don't need this text decoration and color. The font weight will be 800. We need to have some spacing, so for that let's use size box of width 8. Let's use it for 10. Here also we'll be requiring a sized box of width 10. Now it's okay. After this we'll show the amount of discount that has been applied. After this text we'll have one more sized box of width 10. Here will show the icon of icons dot arrow down. The color will be colors dot green and size will be 20. Here we'll be having a function named discount%. Here we'll be expecting integer old price and current price. If old price is equal to 0, in that case we'll return discount of string 0, else we'll do the calculation. Double discount will be old price minus new price. So the old price will be greater and new price will be lesser. In that case discount will be applied. So old price minus new price, current price divided by old price into 100. This is the discount and we need to return it in form of string. So this, let's add a style here and make it bigger. Now it's looking more better. Now here we don't have so much description. After this row we'll be having a sized box of height 10 again, and here we will be marking the quantity of product that is left. If arguments.max quantity is equal to 0, in that case we'll show out of stock with a style of textile with colors.red, else we'll show only arguments.max quantity left in stock. To create a height, now it's okay, it's showing us that only 35 left in stock. Now we cannot add the add to cart button directly in the body. Instead we'll be adding it inside bottom navbar. So here we'll be having a row, and for the description we can also modify the text type to this. We are going to be having two buttons. First one will be to add to cart and the other one will be for buy now, for instant checkout. Let's use that. So for the buttons we are going to be using elevated buttons. Let's create an elevated button. Just here we are adding an elevated button. On pressed we are doing nothing and text is add to cart. So the elevated button looks something like this. Let's add a style, elevated button dot style font. Here we are specifying the background color as the primary color of the theme and foreground color as colors.white, and also a rounded rectangle border. Now it changed the elevated button to this type. If we take the width of the add to cart button to the 50% of the width size, it will be more better. So let's wrap this with a sized box and provide the height as 60 and width to media query dot off context dot size dot width 50%. It will be 0.5. Now it's taking 50% of the screen width. Similar to this, we'll have one more button. This will be buy now button, but here we'll have the primary color in the foreground color and background color will be colors.white. Now it's okay. Currently the description is not looking so realistic, but when we update the description it will look more better. So let me just update the product with some real data. Now here we are updating the product, and now this is looking something like this. We are getting bottom overflow. So to fix this, for that reason we are adding custom description. We didn't know that there could be bottom overflow. So for that let's just use single child scroll view. It will fix the error. Now it's okay. The user can read the description of this font, and also the percentage is showing correct. It is 11% off here, and it's also showing 11% off, so that's correct. So now let me add some more product. Now I have added some products. Now we need to apply the feature how the admin can delete the product. So for that let's create a test product. So here we have created a test product. We want to delete this product. So what we are going to do here, when we are clicking on this, in that case it's opening the user's view, how the product will look like for user. When we do long press, in that case we should show the pop-up like we are doing in the categories page. So here in our products page, when the user do long press, in that case we'll do the similar step as we have done in categories page. First we show a dialog. Below will have context. It will have an alert dialog. Title will be text. Choose what you want, and content will have a simple text that delete cannot be undone. It will have actions. For text button, first will be text of delete product and second one will be edit product. So now if we long press on this, it's showing choose what you want, delete cannot be undone. When we press delete product, it should show us the confirm warning. So let's use show dialog again. Here we'll be using additional confirm text will be this cannot be undone. Confirm text will be are you sure you want to delete this product? On yes, we will perform the deletion. On no, we will just simply close it using navigator.pop. But before opening this dialog, we need to first close the previous one. Let's save it. If we click on delete product, it's showing are you sure, yes or no. If we click on no, it's just simply closing the pop-up. If we click yes, then we should call the function where we are deleting it. So let's just do one thing. Here on yes, here we need to call db service.delete product. Here we need to pass the document id and it will be inside product/index. It will be inside products for specific index.id. This will be the document id, and after deletion is done, we need to simply close the after deletion is done, we need to close the pop-up. Now let's try to delete it. Yes, now it just deleted the content. Now we have completed our products part where we can create, read, update and delete products. Currently we have only added products for phones. We need to add more products, each and every individual category. Now let us work on the promos part where we create promo images that will be displayed in our home page for the client app. This will have the same logic, but since here we don't need to do much calculations like how many promos are there and this kind of things, so here we don't require to have state management. Let us start by creating the database functions. Visit dbservice.dart file. Here we'll start writing for promos. Now for reading promos and banners, we'll have separate corrections, one for promos and one for banners. Both of them will be similar, so corrections will be different, but the logic for saving and displaying to the user will be same. So here we are going to do it in one go. For that, here we are going to create a string of query snapshot, naming the function as read promos. Here we'll be expecting to pass a boolean value is promo. With the help of that, we can identify that whether it's a promo or a banner. Here we'll return Firebase Firestore.instance.collection. Now I have told you that we will have the same logic, but the collections will be different. One for promo and one for banner. So it will be, if it's promo, then it will be shop_promos. Otherwise it will be shop_banners. And we'll be reading all the snapshot. So this is how we'll be reading all the data from our Firestore. So here we are writing a function create promos. Here we will be passing the data as well as whether it's promo or not, because we will use the same logic for reading the collection. Firebase Firestore.instance.collection. If it's promo, then it's shop_promos. Otherwise it's shop_banner.add data. And this way it will add the data to the Firestore database. And for updating, it will be similar to this. Just use, instead of create promos, it will be update promos, and you will be expecting one extra property that will be required string ID. It will be .doc. You will pass the ID .update data .update the data that we are passing. Now for deleting promo or banner, this will be similar to this one. It will be delete promos. Here we don't need the data. Here we'll be only requiring the string ID and the whether it's promo or not, and then we'll use delete. Now we have written the 4 functions for create, read and update delete for promos and banners. Now here we will not be using state management for reading promos, but we'll be requiring the model. So let's create a new model. Inside models folder, create a model. Let's name it as promo banner model .dat. Create a class promo banners model. Here we'll be having some attributes like title, image, category and ID, and we'll use constructor initialization. Here we'll initialize all of them. Now here also we need to convert the JSON to object model. So for that we'll create a factory promo banners model from JSON, and here we'll pass the dynamic JSON, the map JSON value and string ID, and then we'll return promo banners model. Title will be JSON title, image will be JSON image, and category will be JSON category, and ID will be the ID that we are passing, that's coming from the document ID. And again, we will not be receiving single promo banner model. We'll be receiving multiple elements. We'll be receiving multiple promos when we are reading the data. So for handling that, we need to write a function again. So here we are creating a list of promo banners. Here we are creating a function of list of promo banners model return type from JSON list. Here we'll be expecting the list of query snapshot list to be passed, and we will map over that list each items, and we'll call this and pass all of the list to list of product model. First we'll convert and keep the ID, and then we'll convert all of them to list. In this way our promo banners model is ready. Now we only need to link it. So for this, let's create a new widget. Inside views, we are going to create promo banners page.dat. It will be on stateful widget. Let's name it as promo banners page. Let's name this as only promos, and context will pass promo banners page. Now if we click any of the 2 buttons, it will navigate to this page. Now when we navigate to this page, we need to first know whether it's a promo or a banner. So for that, our previous widget to this widget, and we will be doing this using arguments. First let us use a scaffold. You will have an app bar. App bar will be title. Let's give it text of promos for now. Here we'll be keeping 2 variables. First will be is initialized, that will be setting to false, and is promo, that we are going to be setting to true by default, and we are going to be reading the data that has been passed from arguments in our init state, not in the build state. Init state is the first state that will run while we are initializing the widget. So in our init state, here we need to just wait for a little bit of time. So for that we'll use widget binding.instance.add postframe callback, and after this, if it's not initialized, once initialized is set to false, in that case we will get the arguments first. It will be coming module route.context.settings.arguments, and if arguments is not equal to null, and arguments is a type of map string comma dynamic, in that case we will be setting the value of is promo from the arguments is promo. Obviously we are going to be passing a key of promo from the previous widget. If that is not available, we'll be setting default value to true, and then we are just printing this promo and setting initialize to true, and after that we are setting the state so that it can update the UI. Now from here, since we can read the underscore is promo property, so if it's promo, then we'll show promos, otherwise we'll show banners. Now when we are clicking this button, let's navigate to this page. Inside admin home, when we click this promo button, we should use navigator dot push name. The name of our route was /promos. We need to pass arguments. Arguments will be in form of map, string, dynamic. So here we need to pass as promo to true. We are passing like this because you will find that in this page we are reading the arguments key of promo. So arguments key of promo. So for that reason we are passing the key promo and value is true. So if we press this, it's showing promos, and the same thing will be also for banners, but this time promos will be false. Now let's try to click on banners. It's showing banners. You see that for this it's showing promos, and for this it's showing banners. It's the same page that we are reading. Now here in body we'll be having, first we'll be checking, here we have already used is initialized variable and we'll be using that. If it's initialized, in that case only we'll be showing a stream builder. So we need to provide a stream. Stream will be on db service.read promos. Here we need to provide whether it's a promo or not. It was inside is promo, and here we need to write our builder. So if this is not, so if it's not initialized, in that case we'll simply show a sized box. The builder will have a context and snapshot. If this snapshot has data, then in that case we'll be having list of promo banners model, and here we'll be storing it inside promo banners from JSON list. Pass our snapshot.data.docs and convert as list of promo banners. And now if our products is empty, then in that case we will be showing we'll be having list of promos, and we will be passing it from JSON promo banners model from JSON list. We'll be passing the snapshot.data.docs and we'll be getting the result in form of list of promo banners model. And if promos is empty, then in that case we will return center child text no. And now here if it's promo, then we'll return promos, else we'll return banners found. Else we'll be returning a list view builder. You will pass the item count. Item count will be promos.length, and here item builder will be having context and index, and list view will have a specific list type. The title will be promos for specific index.title, and subtitle will be promos for specific index.category. And here will be also having a leading of container where we are going to be showing the promo image, and at the trailing we'll be having an icon button of icons.edit outline, and on pressed we'll have a void function. Now if snapshot has data, then in that case we are doing this. If snapshot doesn't have data, in that case we'll be returning center child circular progress indicator. So now it's showing no banners found, and here it's showing no promos found. So that's all good. Now here we need to design the UI where we can create new banners and promos. So here we are going to be having a floating action button. It will be a floating action button. On press for now, let's add a void function, and child will be icons.add. When we press this button, it should open us the page where we can add or update a promo. For this, we can just use modify product page. It will be very similar to this. So we can just copy this, and here we'll create one more file. Will be modify promo.dart. Here I'm pasting the modify promo file but instead of modify promo, instead of modify product, it will be modify promo, and here we'll be having the same thing, but here we'll be having the category controller, image controller, and all of this are not required. We'll be only having the title controller, and now this logic will be same. Also, we need to set the data first. The title controller will be, since the data will not be in form of products model, we can simply change all the products model to promo banner model, and now title will be data.title, and now it's okay. Here, if product ID is empty, in case of product, this will be update promo banner, and here we'll be modifying this with the title controller. The rest, this and this are not required. We can simply remove all of them. The title will be title controller.text, and we need to remove all of them. Let's create a route in our main.dart file. Here it will be update promo context to modify promo page. Now when we press this floating action button, we should be redirected to this modify promo page. So here when we press this button, we'll use navigator.push named. Route will be our /update promo route. Let's press here. Here we are getting this add promo, but we need to pass the arguments. Here we are not passing the arguments, and here we also don't know whether we are updating the data for promo or a banner. So we need to modify and just make some little changes so that it works. Here, instead of setting the data inside the build state, we'll be setting the data in our init state like we did in the promo banner page. Now here we'll be having first with variable, boolean variable is initialized, we'll set it to false, and as promo set it to true, and in init state we'll first use widget.instance.add post frame callaware to wait until initialization start, and then we will get the arguments. So if it's not initialized, we'll get the arguments from model route of context.settings.arguments, and we will then validate if arguments is not equal to null, and arguments is a type of map string comma dynamic. In that case only we'll be setting the data. First we'll get the details from argument, key will be details, and it will be a form of promo banner, and then we'll set the data from the details that we are providing, and whether it's promo or not, we are going to be sending that with the key of promo. If it's available, then we'll get that, otherwise we'll assign a default value to true, and then we need to set is initialized to true, and now we are done. So now basically here when we create, we don't need to provide any data, but in case of update we need to provide a key for details and key for promo. So since this is promo, here inside promo banner page, when we press this, our arguments of promo will be underscore is promo. It will be either true or false. Now here we are reading the promo key. And assigning whether it's promo or not, and with the help of that we are just modifying it that it's promo or banner. So here we can do that. If it's not empty and if it's promo, then in that case it will be update promo, else it will be update banner, and else it will be else again. We need to check if it's promo, then it will be add promo, otherwise it will be add banner. Now let's check. Here we are getting add promo, and if we go to banners and click here we are getting add banner. Now in this way we are passing the arguments in correct manner. Now we need to save the data in our database. We have already written the function for it. Here also, since we have copied the part from products, modify products, here we'll just see if product ID, so this is the promo ID, so if it's not null, here instead of update product, here we'll use update promo, and we need to pass whether it's promo or not. So is promo will be underscore is promo variable that we have, and here we need to pass the ID, not the doc ID. So the ID will be the product ID, and then we will show dollar is promo, then it will be promo else banner, and here it will be create promos. Here we need to pass whether it's promo or not, so here we'll be passing as promo, and the same thing here. And here the logic that we are using for the app bar, that will be also same in the last elevated button. So just copy it and paste it here. Now let's try to add some banner. This will not be product name, it will be the title. So let's just modify it. Let's make it as font banner and categories will be fonts. Let's pick an image. Let's just have it. Here the image got uploaded and we got the link. So let's add the banner. So here we did a little mistake. Here we are using else. It will not be else, it will be return. Now it's okay. We can view the banner and the title and the category. So here if we press this edit button, it should give us the option to edit. So when we press the trailing icon button, here we'll use navigator.push name. Route will be update promo, and we need to also pass arguments. First argument will be promo, and it's for promo, it's in underscore promo, and another argument was details, and this was in form of promo banners model. So here we need to pass the details. It will be the promo for specific index, and this is a type of promo banner model. Now if we press on edit, so we have written the route wrong. Let us just modify it. Now if we try to edit this banner, here we'll be getting the option to edit the banner. Let's try to make it mobile phone banner, and let's update it. Here our data is getting updated. So in this way we can create the banners. Now I'll also check whether it's working for promos or not. Here let's add some promo. Let's add this. This will be of categories laptop. Let's make it as laptop promo. Let's add it, and now data is getting added, and now we are almost done. We have completed products, promos, banners and categories. Only orders and coupons are left. For the orders, the admin will not be able to create orders, but the admin will be able to update and modify or delete orders, and the admin will be able to create discount coupons. Now let's also work on the part where we can delete promos or banners. So let's just create when we tap on this, we should get a pop-up either to update or delete it. So let's do that. Now here in our promo banners page, where we are reading the list type, on tap will be showing a dialog, or we can use the same thing that we have done in our categories page. Like this, we'll show a dialog. Just copy it from here and paste it here. Here will show a dialog. Choose what you want to do. Delete action cannot be undone. Here we need to show additional confirm, and it will be promos for specific index, the ID, and it will be delete promos. Here we need to also, here it will be ID, and here we need to also provide whether it's promo or not. It was inside underscore is promo. We need to give the option like this. If it's promo, in that case we'll show delete promo. If not, we'll show delete banner. In case of update, we'll not show a show dialog. Instead, we will just use this. We'll just use navigator.push name and paste it here. Just copy this and paste it here. Let's press here. It's showing what you want to do. Delete action cannot be undone. Delete banner or update banner. If you press update banner, it's taking us to the update banner page, and if you press delete banner, it's asking whether you want to delete or not. If you press yes, it has deleted the banner for us, and the same thing will be happening for the promos too. So now we have successfully done the part for products, promos, banners and categories. Only orders and coupons are left. Now we'll be doing this part for coupons, where we provide discount coupons for the user. Now let us work for the discount coupons. Here we'll be also not having state management inside DB service again. Now for reading the discount coupon code, similar to other function, here we'll create a stream of query snapshot. We'll name the function as read coupon code. Here we'll use Firebase firestore.instance.collection. We are naming the collection as shop_coupons and we'll read all the data in form of snapshots. Now for creating a new coupon code, we'll be using future create coupon code function, where we'll pass the JSON data and we'll use await Firebase firestore.instance.collection. The name of our collection was shop coupons.add. We'll be adding that data that we are passing through this function. For updating the coupon, we'll create a future update coupon code. Here we'll be requiring the document ID and the data that we are willing to update. So here we'll use await Firebase firestore.instance.collection shop coupons.doc ID, and here we need to provide the document ID of that specific document dot update the data that we are going to update. For deleting the coupon code, we'll be using delete coupon code. Here we'll be requiring only the document ID. Here we'll use await Firebase firestore.instance.collection will be our shop coupons and the document ID dot delete. Now in this way we have written all the 4 functions for creating, reading, updating and deleting discount coupon codes. Now let's create a coupon model. Inside models, create a coupon model.dart. Let's name a class of coupon model. Every coupon is going to have a string ID, string code, anti-discount and the description string desk. Every coupon is going to have a string ID, code, discount and the description, so we'll use that and we'll be initializing the constructor. Now we need to do 2 things. First, we need to convert the JSON to object model. So here we'll be creating a factory function of coupon model from JSON, where we'll pass the JSON data and the document ID, and then we'll convert that JSON to coupon model. Here the ID will be the ID that we are passing. Code will be from JSON code. Discount will be from JSON discount, and description will be from JSON description. And after this, since we'll be receiving multiple number of discount coupons, so we need to convert each of the query document snapshot to list of coupon model. So here we are creating another function from JSON list, where we will receive list of query snapshot documents. Here we will first use list.map. We will loop over each list and then we'll use coupon model from JSON, and for each data we'll convert it to map of string comma dynamic and pass the document ID, and then we'll convert all of them to list. By this, all of the data that is coming in form of JSON will be converted to coupon model. Now we need to create a UI for displaying the coupons. Let's make coupons.dart. Let's create a stateful widget coupons page. Also link it with our main route. Here we'll have /coupons. It will be context coupons page. Now if we click on this coupons, it should redirect us to the coupons page. So let's link this with our admin home. When we press this coupons button, we should using navigator.push name to our coupons route. Now currently we don't have anything inside our coupons.dart file. You will be having a simple scaffold. It will have an app bar. App bar will have a title of text coupons. And now with a simple list view, we'll list all the coupons like how we did it on promo banners page. It will be similar to this. So we can just copy it to save our time. Here inside body we'll have a stream builder, stream of db servers dot read coupon code, and for builder we'll be receiving context and snapshot. Here we'll return a list view builder. But before that, we'll check if snapshot dot has data, we will get the list of coupons from snapshot.data.docs and we'll convert it to coupon model. And after this, here we don't need to do much. In the title we'll have coupons/index.code and subtitle will have coupons.index.description, and here we'll have a floating action button. On pressed have a void function for now, and child will be icons.add. When we press this button, it should show us a pop-up to add new coupon code. So let us write that logic here. Let's create a stateful widget, modify coupon. Here we'll be returning an alert dialog, and inside modify coupon, here we'll be having a form key and 3 text-driven controllers. We'll be expecting string ID, code, description and discount to be passed to this function. So here we will add the required parameters. Now in our init state, we need to update our UI. In case we are updating the coupon, this controller will be widget.description. The code controller will be the code that we are passing, and the discount controller will be the discount that we are passing, and we are converting that to string. In title, so if our widget.id is not empty, in that case we'll show update coupon, otherwise we'll show add coupon. Let's click on this button. So let's show dialog, and in builder we will pass the context. It will be modify coupon. Your ID will be empty string for now because we are adding. Discount, let's keep it 0. Description will also be empty, and code will also be empty. Description will also be empty. Now when we press this plus button, it's showing us the option to add coupon. We have not yet complete this. Inside content, we'll have a column. Column will have children's, but before that, we will have cross-axis alignment to cross-axis alignment dot start and min-axis size to min-axis size dot min. Here we'll be first having a text that all will be converted to uppercase, and then a sized box, and then a text form field here. So if we enter any coupon here, we want that when we are saving, it will be saved as uppercase. Now after this, we'll have one more sized box, and we'll have one more text form field. This time it will be desk controller, and hint text will be description and label will be description, and then we'll have one more sized box. Then we'll have the discount percentage. This time we are setting the keyboard type as keyboard type.number so that the user is only being able to type number, not text string. After the content, we'll have actions. Here we'll have 2 text buttons. First one will be text off, cancel, and second one, you will use this logic either to update coupon or add coupon. Now in case of cancel, we'll simply use navigator.pop context. Here we were using a form key, so it would be better if you wrap this column with a widget. That will be our form widget, and key will be our form key, and we can wrap this with a widget single child scroll view. In case if it has a bottom overflow or not, we will be able to handle that. Now we can use if form key dot current state add a null check dot validate. Now here if we try to add a coupon, here we'll get the validation error like this can't be empty. Now here we'll be having our data will be having our code. We'll convert that to uppercase, the code controller.text. The description will be as we are specifying, and the discount that we have will convert it to integer from string. If we have a document ID, in that case we need to update the data is not empty. So in that case we need to update the data. Here we'll call dbservice.update promo. Data will be data. dbservice.update coupon. Here the doc ID will be widget.id, and data will be the data that we are passing. Here else we'll use dbservice.create coupon code, and the data will be the data that we are building. Here after completion we can show a snack bar, scaffold messenger.offContext show Snackbar. Snackbar will be text coupon code added, and in case of update will show coupon code updated. Let's try to add a coupon code like help 10, get 10% off on checkout, discount percentage will be 10. Let's add this coupon. Now our coupon is getting added. We also need to close this after our job is done. So here we need to use navigator.pop. Let's try to create one more like max 35, 30% discount on checkout 35. Let's add the coupon. Now it's okay. Here we need to also delete the coupon, but before that in trailing we'll have an icon button. In trailing we'll be having an icon button of icons.edit outline, and on pressed we'll have nothing for now. It will be wrapped inside icon widget. Now when we press this, we need to use this show dialog, and here the ID will be inside coupon for specific index.id, and code will be coupons for specific index.code. Description will be coupon dot for specific index.description, and coupons for specific index.discount. Now if we click on edit, here we are getting the option to update. Like if we change this to max 65 and also modify all of this, here the discount is also getting changed. Now let's work on the deletion part. When we tap on this, it should show us the option like we are doing in all, either to delete or update. So here on tap will show a dialog. It will be a context where we'll use alert dialog. Title will be text what you want to do, and actions will have text button. First one will be text delete coupon. Second one will be update coupon. Now if we press any of them, first thing we need to close this alert dialog, navigator.pop context, and after that in case of update we'll be using this, and in case of delete we'll show another dialog. This time will be our additional confirm dialog. Here we need to pass the content text. This will be that delete cannot be undone, and we need to provide on no. On no we are going to be simply closing the popper, and on yes we will use tb service dot delete coupon code. Here we need to pass the document ID. It will be inside coupons for specific index.id. It will be inside context. If we click this update coupon, here we are getting the option to update, and if we click delete coupon, it's asking yes or no. After we have done deleting coupon, we need to also pop up the context like this. Let's delete this coupon. Yes, now that coupon got deleted. In this way we have also applied CRUD functionalities for our coupons page. Now only thing that is left is our orders. Since users from the app will be able to create new orders, here the admin will be able to only update the order. So we will be doing the order part later on, not now. Now here we are going to be building our client app that will be distributed to several users. So just navigate to the folder where you want to create and use Flutter create. Let's name the app as Ecommerce app. Navigate to this folder and open it in VS Code. Now after creating a new project, we'll be required to add some packages. So open the terminal, type Flutter pub add Firebase code cloud Firestore, Firebase auth, carousel slider, badges, HTTP, Flutter Stripe, Flutter.env, mailer, streamer, and last provider. So import all of this package. Now we have added all the packages. Just verify with your perspect.yaml file. Now here we need to visit our left folder, remove the default home page, and here we'll not be using home routes, instead we'll use routes. So our root route, let's just copy the authentication function. From here we are going to be copying the auth.service.dat file. It will be similar, so we are just copying it. Here inside controllers we'll be pasting that. Also in main app where we are using check user, this will be similar, so just copy and paste it here. We need to import auth service. Now we need to define the home route, login route, and sign up route. So for that, inside views, let's create the three folders. Inside views, let's create the three files. First will be home.dart, just naming this file home page, and login.dart. We can simply copy the login logic from here, and also the sign up. Just copy both of them and paste it in views. It will save our time. Here we need to just import auth service and save it. Inside our main.dart, we can now provide routes. Our root route will be context check user / login will be our context login page. Home will be our home page, and sign up will be our sign up page. We need to also add Firebase to this application. So here we need to click on plus, select the platform as Flutter. We have already done Firebase login, so we can proceed to the next step here. And here in terminal, we need to paste that code. It will activate Flutterfire CLI. And now just paste this code again. Now here it will be asking the project name. Project name will be inside Android app build.gradle form.example.ecommerce app is our project name. Just copy it. For now we'll be only requiring this for Android and iOS. And now we need to provide our package name. Now our app has been registered. Now we can run this default command inside our main.dart. Make this function async, then widget flutter binding dot ensure initialized, and then we can run this command. Make sure inside the build.gradle that minimum SDK is set to 23, otherwise it will not work. Now you can run it and test your application. Now on running you will be getting this error, the error about Kotlin version. Since we are using Stripe, we need to do some setup. Now for Flutter Stripe we need to do some setup, like we need to change the Kotlin version and also the Gradle version. So the steps are a little bit difficult. Minimum SDK version to 23, so it's greater than 21. And now we need to upgrade our Kotlin version. Now here we need to open that project e-commerce app, and from here we need to go to project files inside Android. Inside this build.gradle we need to add a build script. So we can copy this from here. We'll be having this build.gradle. Just copy this and paste it here. Here we can take the suggestion that it is given. It's giving me the suggestion for 8.5.2. So I'm going to take that. Now we need to upgrade our Gradle plugin to 8 or higher. So here it's giving me the suggestion for 8.5.2. In your case, try to use a greater version than 8. Inside settings.gradle, we need to also change our Kotlin version here. And also the Gradle version that we are using. It was 8.5.2 from here. This one. Inside Gradle.wrapper properties, here it's written Gradle for 7.6.3. So we need to upgrade this. For that, what we can do, we can just change this to 8.4.all.zip, or you can also use something higher. Now let's try to run our application. So here it's giving us the option to use Gradle 8.7. So we can do that modification inside Gradle wrapper.properties. Just change this to Gradle.8.7.zip. And now let's run our application. If it's not downloaded, then it may download first and then install. So now it's asking us to provide the Android NDK version. Just let us add this inside build.gradle. Here we are using NDK version as Flutter.ndk version. Just make sure to modify this. Stop the application. And now let us rerun it again. So here we are getting this error. This error can be easily solved if we go inside app build.gradle, and here after compile options we need to provide Kotlin options, and JVM target will be root.project.ext java_.toString. And now after we have added this Kotlin option, we need to also add this inside our build.gradle Android folder, this one, ext java_version is equal to java version 1_8. And now let's run and test our application. So the Stripe setup is a little bit difficult. Now we have not yet completed the full setup for Stripe. We need to also change the theme. We need to add this line inside app src main res values styles.xml. So let's do that. Android src main res values and styles.xml. Going to replace this line number 15 with the line that we have copied. And also for values.night, here we need to replace this with this. Now both steps are done. Now we have already done the setup. Now we need to change our Kotlin file. Inside main Kotlin com flutter stripe example main activity.kt file, main Kotlin, this one. This will not be Flutter activity, instead it will be Flutter fragment activity, and we need to also copy this too. Now it's okay, let's save it. This step is also done. Number 7 step is that we need to create a logout rules.pro file. It will be inside our app directory. Let's create the file, and here we need to paste this code, paste it and save. Now we have done all the setup for Stripe. Now for iOS, in your pod file, make sure to add this line, and info.plist file, just add this line here at the end. Now we'll be also requiring to add the Stripe SDK inside our Android app builder. Here we need to add a dependency. This will be our Stripe dependency. Now just stop this application and run it again from scratch. Now we can create an account and log in into an account. Let's do some modification, because when we are signing up for the client application, we also want that they should fill their name. So we need to visit signup.dart. Here we need to add one more size box, and this one will be for, we will be also requiring one more controller. This one will be our name controller. This one will be label text will be name, and name cannot be empty, and controller will be name controller. We also need to add some spacing. So for that, let's add a sized box. And when we are creating account with email, we need to also save that user to our database. We'll be again creating a file, naming it as dbservice.tab. We will create a class dbservice. First, we'll get the current user from Firebase instance.currentUser. This is for the user data. We'll add the user to Firestore, or we'll update the data of the user to in Firestore. Now these are the two things that we are going to do. Now here we'll be creating a future save user data function where we are going to be expecting name and email to be passed. Here we'll use try catch. First, the data will be the name that we are passing, email will be the email that we are passing to this function. Then we'll use await firestore.instance.collection. Here we will save the data of the user to Firestore after creating a new account. It will be a future save user data function where we are going to accept name and email to be passed to this function, and we'll use try catch. The data will be, name will be the name that we are passing, email will be the email that we are passing. You will use await Firebase firestore.instant.collection. It will be shop underscore users. The user ID will be the user ID of the current user. Set data that we are creating after the user is creating a new account, and then in case of catch we'll be printing that error on saving data. For updating the user data inside database, we'll be creating another function. This will be update user data, and the data that we are going to update we will be passing using extra data. Here we'll use Firebase instance dot collection will be our shop underscore users. Document ID will be the current user ID who is logged in, and we'll update the extra data that we have. We need to read the user data every time. So for that, we'll stream over the data. It will be a return type of document snapshot. Here we are creating a read user data function where we are using Firebase firestore.instance.collection. Name of our collection was shop underscore users. Document ID, the user ID of that specific user who is logged in. Snapshots. This will be helping us to read the user data for the current user who is logged in. Now one more thing we need to do here, when we are doing sign up inside our auth service class on create account with email, after we have created the account, we'll use await, or we can not use await, you can use dbservice.save user data. Your name, we can also expect to pass the name and email and password. So name will be the name that we are passing to this function. This will save the user. Here we can use await. When we are creating a new account, this will also save the user data inside our Firestore. Now here, when we are calling save user data, we need to also pass the name. So name will be inside underscore name controller.text. Now let's try to run our application. Now let's try to create a new account. Let's sign up. Here it's taking us to the home route. Now let's verify with our Firestore database. So here it has created a shop underscore users collection where we have a user ID. Here we have the email and the name of the user. So it means that it's working correctly. Let me just add a simple UI to the home route. Let's make it scaffold and app bar will be app bar title text. Let's name the app as best pages. Now it's okay. If we restart the application, then you will find that check user is also working fine. We are having no problems. Now we have not yet tested the login and logout part. For that we need to first log out from here. Here we'll be having a bottom nav bar where we can navigate to other widgets. For that, let's create a home nav.dart. Here we'll write the logic for the nav bar. So here we'll be having a stateful widget, naming it as home nav. Here we'll be having an int selected index, and then we'll have list of pages. Here we can just have text like this will be home, this will be for checkout, cart and profile. Here instead of placeholder, it will be of pages / index. It will be pages for specific selected index, and instead of placeholder, we'll be having a scaffold and body will be pages for selected index specific, and it will have a bottom navigation bar, bottom nav bar. Here we need to provide list of items. Items will be a return type of nav bar item. First, here we'll be having a nav bar icon for home and 3 more. This will be for orders, this will be for cart, and this one will be for profile. Now let's just link this with our home. Instead of this home page, it will be our home nav. Now if we restart, you'll find it showing home here, but the bottom nav bar is not showing correct because we need to do some modification here. We need to supply a selected item color, let it be colors blue, and unselected item color, let it be colors gray dot shade 200, or let's make it 400, and show selected labels true, show unselected labels to also true. If we are clicking on this, nothing is happening. So what we can do here, we can use the on tap property. When we are tapping on that value for the specific index, we'll be switching set state. Our selected index will be the value of index that has been clicked, and here we need to also provide the current index will be our selected index. Now let's try. Now it's switching correctly. Instead of home icon, it will be some kind of shopping, and we can also use the outline. It will look more better. And for cart will be shopping cart, and last one will be account circle. Now currently we are having a text widget. Instead we'll be replacing with real scaffold widgets here. So for home we'll be having our home page. Now let's see, we need to restart. Now for home we are having our home page. Now here let us first work on the profile page where we will give the option for logout. So let's create one more file. It will be profile.dart. You will have the stateful widget for profile page. Let's add a scaffold here. Your app bar will be app bar title text profile, and we need to link this with our home nav. This will be our profile page. Now we need to restart. This is our profile page. Here we'll be having inside body. First we'll show the name and the user other details. First, you will show the username and the other details, and also giving them the edit it. Now you will be having a column, and column will have children's. You will be using a card widget, and child will be a list type. Just give the title as something name. It will be something like this. And instead of using the default color scheme, we can convert this to colors dot blue. Now it's okay. And if we increase the font size for the app bar text, then it will be more better. Let's do it for the profile page first. The style of the text will be text style. Font size, let's be 20, and font weight to W600, or let's make it to 24. We are making the font size as 24 and font weight to W600, and after this card we'll have several list type. Like let's have the title as text logout, and on tab we'll be using auth service dot logout. Just make it async and use await, and after logout we need to navigate the user to our login page. Push name and remove until. We need to navigate the user to our /login page, and route will be to true. So now let's try to log out. Here we are getting redirected to the login page. Now let's also verify whether our login is working correctly or not. Yes, so login is also working correctly, and like this text style that we have provided in the profile page, it will be similar here also. Let's start to do some decoration. Like this login page is not looking so good. We can do one thing here in our login.dart file. Here when we are using the elevated button, we can use the style as elevated button dot style font. So we can provide the background color to theme dot off context dot primary color, and foreground color will be theme dot off context dot, or we can simply use colors dot white. Now it's okay. For sign up also the same thing will be happening. Just copy this style, and in sign up page inside elevated button here we'll be pasting it. Now it's okay. Let's try to log in with our existing account. So here we are getting login successful. First, we'll be working with the profile page where user can update his address, phone number, and also their name, but they will not be able to update their email address. So here we'll be writing a file. This will be update profile.dart. It will be a stateful widget. Name it as update profile. Use a scaffold. App bar will be text. App bar will be app bar. Title will be text update profile. So we need to also provide in our main route like edit or update profile will be context for update profile. Now here we'll be having an edit icon. When the user press this edit icon, they will be having the option to update their profile. So here inside our profile we are using list type. We can do one thing. We can first add a trailing. Trailing will have icon button for, or instead of having an icon button, we can just have an icon of icons.edit outline. Now what we want, if the user press anywhere in this list style, then they should be getting the option to update their profile, not only limited to this area. So here we are going to use the on tab function. When the user press this list style, we'll use navigator.push named route will be update profile route. Let's test. Yes, here we are getting redirected to update profile route. Now our next task will be creating a user model. So for that, just create a new folder, models. It will be user model.dart. Create a class, name it as user model. The things that we'll be getting from this user are the string name, string email, address, and phone number. And here we need to use constructor initialization. Name required this dot address, required this dot email, required this dot phone. And then we need to convert the JSON to object model. Here we need to create a factory user model. From JSON you will be expecting map of string comma dynamic JSON, and from that we need to return user model. Name will be inside JSON slash name JSON name. Address will be inside JSON. Address will be inside JSON address. Email will be inside JSON email. Phone will be inside JSON phone. Now our model is ready. Since we need to do several other tasks with this user data and we need to access in several places, for that reason we need to use provider. So for that, create a new folder. This will be for providers. Let's name it as providers and create a new file. This will be user provider dot. Create a class, name it as user provider, extends change notifier. Now here inside the user provider we'll be having a stream subscription of document snapshot. We are naming this as user subscription. We need to write a function to load the data for the specific user. So here we'll be using load user data. First we'll be cancelling the user subscription and then we'll be calling dvService.read user data. The function that we have already created will be streaming over that, listening for the snapshot, and then we'll be converting this to user model, because here we'll be using user model from JSON and we'll pass the snapshot of data as map of string comma dynamic, and then here we'll be assigning the data to all this field and then we'll notify the listeners. When we call the user provider, we should call load user data so that it loads the data when we are calling. And now if we call the user provider, we can get the user data very easily. For that, inside our main.dart file, here we'll be having multiple providers like user provider, then cart provider. So for that reason, we need to wrap this material app with multi-provider, and here we need to provide providers. It will be change notifier provider. We need to create, it will be first user provider. Now user provider will be accessible to anywhere in our widget. So we need this user provider inside this card. Inside profile.dart, we will wrap this widget with a consumer. Return type will be of user provider, and here we need to provide a builder. Builder will have this child. The value of username will be value.name. Now this is the name that we have provided. Let's try to restart the application and let's try to go to profile. We are getting null is not a subtype of string. We are getting this because here we have not provided the null value. If the data is null, in that case we'll provide normal user, else we'll provide empty string, and if address is not there, in that case we'll provide empty string. If phone number is not there, in that case we'll provide empty string. Now let's try to restart. Now it's showing the username that we have set it while creating the account. Inside profile we'll be having a subtitle. Here subtitle will be text of value.email. Now we have got this. We can now let's work on the user update profile here. Now here we'll be having a form key and 4 different text editing controllers that we'll be using in different text form fields. Here we'll be having a column in body, and then we'll be having text form field, and here we'll be having first a text form field for name controller, then a size box, and then text form field for email controller, then another size box, then text form field for address controller, and last text form field for phone controller. We can wrap this with a padding and also wrap this with a single child scroll view to avoid bottom overflow. Now we are also adding every text form field is same. It's having an outline border and some validations. So for using validations, we need to wrap this with a form. So let's use a form, and we have already defined the form key. Key will be our form key. Now after this, we'll be having one more sized box of height 10, and here we'll be having the same elevated button that we had in login button. So we can copy this and paste it here. The function for on pressed will be different. So just remove it. Now here it's showing login. It will not be login. It will be update profile. Now first, when we press this, it will be, we need to validate the form key. So we will use form key dot current state null check dot validate. Now if we try to send without filling the data, then we'll get this error. But one thing to note that we already have the data inside our provider. We need to access it. For that, in our init state, we are going to be doing that. Here we'll be creating final user will be provider.auth context. Listen will be to false. It will be a return type of user provider. Now we can assign the data like name controller will be user.name, and now we can assign the values like name controller.text will be user.name, email controller will be user email, address controller will be user address, and form controller will be form. So now if we open this, you will see that this data are coming pre-filled and these two datas are not filled. So we'll get the validation error. We need to call the dbservice.update data, but before that we need to create our data. So our name will be the name that we have. It's inside name controller.text, and email will be the same thing, email controller.text, and address will be our underscore address controller.text, and phone will be our phone controller.text. So this is the data. And one thing to note, we will not be giving the option to the user to change their email. So here we'll be using read only to true, so that the user is not able to update the email. So that here the user is not able to update his or her email. And now after we have got the data, we can call, first make this async await dbservice dot update user data. Here we need to provide the extra data. The extra data will be our data, and after it's done, we can just pop out the context. Let's try to add some address. Now we have updated the data. It would be better if we also show a snack bar. Snack bar will be the text profile updated. Now you will find that we are getting this address pre-filled. Now it's okay. Update user profile is done. Now inside our profile page, we were using list style. So here in our leading, we can have an icon for icons.logout outline. Then above this, we can have a divider. Now it's looking quite okay. Now here we'll be having more buttons. So for that, let's make more buttons. First will be our orders. This will be for shopping, shipping, outline. And this one will be discount and offers. And we'll have another one. This will be help and support. Now instead of using a divider here, we can just use a sized box. Now it's okay. Let's also add a padding to it. Now let's work on the home page. First, we have already created some promos and banners. We are going to be displaying the promos. In our admin app, we have already created some promos and banners, and all of this we are going to be displaying in our client app. Now first, we are going to be writing the function to read all the promos. Now first, inside of our home.dart, inside body of this scaffold, we'll be having a column, and column will have children's. And now first, for showing the promos, we want to show the promos in a form of carousel. So first we need to read it from the database, and then we can display that to the user. So let's write the code inside DB service. We'll be writing the code for reading all promos. For reading our promos, we will be using stream of query snapshot, naming the function as read promos, then using Firebase firestore.instant.collection. and the name of the collection was shop_promos, where we are storing all the promos. And similar to this, we'll be creating a read banners function where we'll be just modifying and changing the collection name. It will be shop banners. Now we can get the data for both promos and banners simply calling this function, and we can listen to the snapshots. Here in promos, we have already added some promos. Like here we have 4 promos, and for banners we have 3 banners. Now we are going to be displaying that. But before, for our admin app, we have written some models for promos, products and coupons. We'll be requiring this, so it will be better that if we copy all of them and inside our models we paste all of them, so that we don't need to write multiple number of times. Now here we'll be using our promo banners model. First, in views, here we can create one more folder. This will be folder for containers, and here we can create one more file. This will be promo container.dart. Let's make it stateful widget, make it promo container. Here we will not be requiring any state management because we are going to be directly reading this from the database, streaming over it and closing it. Here we only need to stream over the promos, and we don't need to do any modification like reading, like updating or deleting. User will not have the rights. So here we'll just have a stream builder. Stream will be the function that we have written, dbService.read promos, and in response we'll get the snapshot. So here we'll be getting context and snapshot. If snapshot.has data, it means it has some data. Else we can return. Here in this case, if snapshot does not have data, it means that we are loading the data. In that period of time, we can show a streamer widget. Here we need to provide the child. It will be a container of height, let it be 300, and width will be $infinity. Here we need to also provide the gradient, so it will be linear gradient. Here we need to provide list of colors. Let it have colors.gray.shade 200 and colors.white. Now it's okay. Now we need to also return the data, but we have a function. Here we'll be receiving list of promo banners, so we need to convert that to our promo banners object, and we have already written that function inside this promo banners model, and we are copying this directly from the admin e-commerce app. We'll be using this. We'll be receiving list of promo banners model. It will be promos, and here we'll use promo banner model from JSON. We need to pass the JSON. JSON will be inside snapshot.data.docs. We need to use promo banners model from JSON list, and list will be snapshot.data.docs, and it will be in form of list of promo banner model. Now if promos is empty, in that case, since here if we show no promos left, then it will not look so good. Instead we can return a sized box. A simple sized box means nothing else. Here we'll be using carousel. Here if we have some promos, then here we should show a carousel slider. If you have not added the package or missed in some ways, then you will be requiring this package, carousel slider. Here I will be returning carousel slider. Here we need to provide items and options. So in options it will be carousel options, and for items we already have items inside promos, so we can use loop over all of the promos. This will be single promo. Here we'll have image.network and it will be promo.image, and we need to convert all of them to list. Now it's okay. We still have some error, so here we need to close it. Now we don't have any error, but it would be better if you provide some carousel options, but we'll do that later on. First, in our home.dart file, we need to call inside this column promo container. Now let's see what happens. Here you can see that it's showing the promos, but it's not showing it so good. What we can do here, we can add some carousel options So I'm just adding some default options. Now it's looking quite good. We can wrap this image with a container and add some colors. So as you can see that here it's taking the full area, it's not covering the full area for image. In that case, we can just use cover. We can just use the fit property to boxFit.cover. Now it's okay. We need to reduce the aspect ratio. Let's try to reduce. I think 16:8 is a good one. Yes, so this is a good one. And now it's okay. Now we don't need this container. It was just for testing. Let's remove this container. And this promo is directly coming from the database that we have created, this one. And if we either change or remove any data, then the data will get instantly reflected. Here if we add, like, category should be laptops, and image should be any image, and title should be test promo. Now if we add this, currently we are having 1, 2, 3, 4 promos. Now if we save this, we'll find that we have added this promo. Now you see that this promo got added instantly. That's the reason of using Firebase Firestore. The data gets updated instantly. And now if we remove this, notice that this image will go. Now if we remove this, the recent thing that we created, test promo, we created this. Now if we remove this, then you'll find that this one will go. This one just vanished. So in this way, admin can manage from the app. Here I'm not using the application. Yeah, I'm not doing from the admin, but I'm doing from the database directly. Now next thing will be the discount part. Here what we want, to show the discount, some kind of discount coupons that is available. Now we need to read the discounts. So for reading the discount, we'll create another container here. This will be discount container .dart. Create a stateful widget, discount container. Now for reading the discounts, we need to first read from the database, and then we can display that. We will not be displaying all the discounts coupons that are available at once, but only the highest discount percentage that has, it will be displayed. So first we need to read it from Firestore database. Here in database, we have some discount coupons. We only have one discount coupon. So let's read all of them at once. So for reading the discount, we'll create a stream of query snapshot, naming the function as read discounts. Here we'll use Firebase firestore.instance.collection. Name of our collection was shop_coupons. Here we are going to order the coupons in form of discount. Here we are having discount. When we have multiple coupons, then we need to show, if you want to order it by descending, then you can do. Otherwise, if you don't want, then it's also okay. You can pick any one of them and then use .snapshot. Now here the highest percentage discount will show first high to low discount percentage. Now inside our containers, we'll create one more container. This will be our discount container .dart. It will be a stateful widget. Let's name it as discount container. Here we'll have a stream builder similar to our previous one. This time we'll be streaming over dvservice.read coupons, read discounts. Here we'll be using dvservice.read discounts, and here we will be getting the builder, and here we will be building the builder. Here we'll be having context and snapshot. So if snapshot dot has data, in that case we'll be showing the discount coupon. Otherwise we will return a sized box. If we don't have anything, then it's better not to return anything. Inside our coupon model, we have already created the function to parse JSON list, we'll be using this. So you will be getting list of coupon model discounts. You will use coupon model from JSON list of data will be inside snapshot dot data null check docs. We need to use it as list of coupon model. And now if discount is empty, in that case we will show nothing. For that we'll use sized box. We don't need to show that no discounts available, it will not look that so good. And if we have, in that case we'll show a container. We'll be only showing the first one if it's having some data. First one will be the code and the description that will have maximum percentage of discount. Here we'll be just returning a column of text like this. If we have some data, then here we'll be returning use coupon, the first coupon code, and snapshot.description and snapshot.data.docs. Here another case will return a column of children text. So it will say use coupon. Coupon will be inside discounts, the first item dot code, and here we'll be having the description. So it will be inside discount for first item dot dsc. Now if we call this discount container inside our home after the promo container, then it will be something like this: use help 10, get 10% off on checkout. Now we need to also decorate this container, so we can wrap this with a container. Let's use some padding and margin and also decorate this container. It is showing like this. We can provide the width as double dot infinity. Now we need to also modify the text type. So let's use this text type. Now it's okay, and also the same thing. Now here it will be 14 and this will be 400. Now it's okay. Here in the column we can use cross-axis alignment to cross-axis alignment dot start. Now next thing will be categories, where we display all the categories to the user. So here we'll create another container. It will be our category container. So here first we'll write the logic to read all the categories from the database. Here also we'll be reading the category in the same way. Here we'll use that same read categories function. Use Firebase firestore.instant.collection shop underscore categories, and we'll order them by priority, and we are going to read all of them. Here we'll create a new file. It will be category container.dart. Make it a stateful widget, category container. Here we'll be also using stream builder. Stream will be the function that we have recently written, dbService.read categories, and again the same logic, context and snapshot will be receiving. If snapshot dot has data, in that case we'll return the data, else this time we'll return a sized box. If data is not available, instead of showing no data available, we'll just show a sized box. And then inside our category model, we have already written the function for converting JSON list. So we'll use this. We'll get list of category model. Let's name it as categories. Here we'll use category model from JSON list. List was snapshot.data underscore nullcheck.docs, and it will be as in form of list of categories model. If categories is empty, in that case just return the sized box, else we'll be returning all the containers in form of a row that can be scrollable. So we need to write such logic where we can loop over all the categories and show some containers. Let's do it. So here after this we can create one more stateful widget. Let's name it as category button, and here we'll be having a container. We'll be decorating it as our choice. we'll be expecting to pass the image part and the name of the category, and then here the category will have a height of 90, width will be also 90, and here category have a column. It will have image.network, the image part that we are passing to it, and the text widget.name. Now here we will be mapping over all of them. So it will be map. So here we'll be returning a row. Row will have children's, and here we'll write the logic. We'll use categories.map. For each category, we will show category button that we have created, and we need to pass the image part and the name. So it will be categories dot, so it will be cat dot image, because we are reading all of them as specific category, and here will be cat dot name. We need to convert all of them to list. Now let's save it, and inside our home page, if we call category container, then we are getting this kind of categories. First, we are having right overflow, and the image is also not looking so good. We need to update it. So inside category container, in category button, we need to do some modification. First, let's fix the overflow one. Here we'll wrap it with a widget. This will be single child scroll view. This time the scroll direction will be axis.horizontal, and now we can scroll all over them. Now let's fix the container, and we can do one thing. If we don't have data, it means it might happen that we are loading the data. So in that case, we can also show a streamer like we did for promo. We can copy that from here, streamer. But this time the streamer height will be 90 and width can be $.infinity. Now we need to fix this. Here let's have some margin of edge inserts dot all 4. Now we are having some gap. Let's use 8, and now we are having more gap. We need to fix the image. That we can do by specifying a height of 50. Now image got small. Let's keep it as 60, and now we need to have some spacing. For that, let's use size box of height 8, and also the name of the categories that we are saving was in form of lowercase. We need to convert the first word to uppercase and rest will be lowercase, so we need to convert search. For that, let's fix it. Let's just wrap it in a string. Make it dynamic. Here we'll use substring 0, 1, that's the first element, dot 2 uppercase, and then we'll use the same thing, and this time will be substring from 1, and we don't need to convert this to uppercase. Now it's okay. So now it's okay. To make the image look more attractive, we can add some decoration to the container, like decoration. Let's add a box decoration. Color will be colors.gray.shade 200. So here let us also add some padding. Edge inserts dot all 8. So for that we need to, let's reduce the padding. Let's change the size a little bit. Let's keep the image as 50 and use main axis alignment to main axis alignment dot center, and also cross axis alignment to cross axis alignment dot center. Here we'll use border radius dot circular. Let's use 20. Now it's okay. We need to reduce the margin a little bit. Now this is working. Now what we want, when the user press upon these categories, we should redirect them to the products. Like if we click on laptops, then we should show all the laptops that are available inside our database, and if we click on cameras, it should show all the cameras that are available. And also if we click on this discount, we should have a discount page that will be linking here also, when the user click on this, we should redirect them to the discount page, and when the user click on this, we'll show the products of similar categories. So for this, let's first create a discount page. And also for this, if we are clicking on this, it should redirect us to the categories of phones. If we click on this, it should redirect us to the categories for laptops and cameras, etc. like this. Because if you use any e-commerce app, when you click on banners or promos, it opens another page. So we are also going to implement search feature. Now here let's create a discount page. The logic will be very similar to the discount one that we have here. Just have a scaffold and it will have a app bar like we have it here. It will be discount coupons. We need to also add it inside our main routes like /discount will take us to context of discount page, and we'll be copying the discount container one here because the logic will be very similar, but instead of showing a single discount, we'll show all the discount coupons that are available. So in body, we'll use stream builder like this. We need to import all of them and also DB service. Now here we are only showing one coupon. Here it will be some change. Instead of this container, here we'll return a list view builder, or we can do one thing. We can just copy it from the discount page that we have here, discount coupons like we have here. Here it's showing a list type. With a list view builder, we are just copying this and pasting it here. Now here we'll be having list view builder. First, let us specify the item count. The item count will be discount.length, and then we'll have context and index. Here we'll return list style. Title will be text discounts for specific index dot code, and subtitle will be text of discount for specific index dot description. And we can also add a leading icon for icons dot discount like this. Now we need to only link this. When we press this one, it should redirect us to the discount page inside our discount container. Here in container, let's add a gesture detector. On tab, we will navigate the user using navigator dot push named to the /discount page. Navigator dot push name context and to /discount. Now let's test it. When we click on this, it's showing all the discount coupons like this. Here we only have one discount coupon, so it's showing like this. Now let's work for the products so that when we click on here or here, it should redirect or search for specific products of that specific category. So let's create a new file. This will be specific products.dart. We need to also write the database function for this. Now here we are going to be writing the function to read all the products for specific category. So for this, we'll create a stream of query snapshot read products. We will need to pass the category, and here we'll use Firebase firestore.instance.collection. That will be our shop products, and you will use where category is equal to category.toLowercase dot snapshot. Now if you find that in shop products we are having several products and all have some specific category, inside the specific products that we have created, let's make it a stateful widget, make it specific products. Here we'll be having a scaffold, and we need to also link with our main routes. Let's make it as /specific. It will take us to the specific products. Since we are using name routes, we need to pass the data in form of arguments. So let's use arguments to access the data. All the data will be inside args. Here we'll be having an app bar. App bar will have an app bar title, text, like it will be the same thing. Here we'll be using arg and name to get the name. Now first, when we click on any of these categories, we need to pass the name. So inside category container, when we click on any of the category button, so it will be here. We need to add a gesture detector. On tab, we need to visit navigator.push named. So we will pass the context as well as the route that is specific. And here we need to pass the arguments. Here in name, we are going to pass the name that we are receiving. It was inside widget.name. Now when we click here, we are getting redirected to laptops and tablets like this. We can also make the first character in uppercase like we are doing here. The same logic we are going to apply. So let's just copy this, and in our specific products, it will be args and it will be also args name. Now it's showing fonts. Now inside our body, we'll be using the stream builder, stream of db service dot specific read products. Here we need to pass the category. The category was inside args name, and then we'll need to pass the builder. You will be receiving the context and the snapshot. If snapshot dot has data, in that case we will return the data, else will return is center, child, circular, progress indicator. And here products model, we have already created that here. Now we need to use products model from list because there will be number of products. Let's just convert list of products model products. It will be products model from JSON list, pass the list as list of products model. Now if products dot is empty, return center, child text, no products found, else will be returning the data. And here we'll not use a list view builder, instead we'll use grid view builder. Here we need to provide the grid delegate. Let's use this simple grid delegate. For item builder, we'll be getting the context and index. Here we'll return. For now, let's return a card. Here it's showing some cards. Here we need to also specify the item count as products.length. Now it has only changed to 4 counts. Here let's convert each products of index to individual product. The card will have a child of column and columns will have children's. First here we'll be having image.network and the image will be product.image. So the image is getting out. So to fix that, we can provide fit to boxfit.fit height, or we can wrap this with, here will be having some sized box and the old price with some simple text decoration like this, and then we'll have another sized box and the new price like this. So it will be looking like something like this. Then we'll use another size box and icons.arrow of green and the discount percentage. It will look like this. So it will be better if we use colors.white. Now it's okay. Here in card, we can also convert the color to colors.gray.shade200. Let's change it to 100, and also here colors.gray.shade200. Let's keep it colors.white. Now here we will be requiring to add some padding. Now one thing you will find that in our admin file, in our admin app, we have already created the function for viewing the product. We can just copy it and here we can paste it, remove this and paste this, also the discount percentage. Mainly we need to pass the arguments as product model. Let's do that. And also we need to link, first we need to link view product in our main route. Here it will be /view underscore product context to view product. Now when we click any of this, it should take us the details for specific product. Inside specific products, when we click on this card, let's add a gesture detector. Here on tap, we'll use navigator dot push named. The route will be /view underscore product, and we need to pass the arguments. Here the arguments will be our product. Now let's test it. Now you can see that it's showing the product. Now we need to do some modification, like this will not be users view, and also the primary color we need to just do some changes. Instead of primary color we can use colors.blue here. So in view product, instead of users view, this will not be this will be product details, and here we were using the primary color, so let's use colors.blue, or if you want a little bit darker we can increase the color style. Now it's looking okay. Now when we are viewing it, it's changing the color to deep. For that we can just change the scroll under elevation to 0 and force material transparency to true, and we need to do this for all the app bars. Just do this modification. Let us just do the modification quickly. Now after doing, let's restart the app. Now inside our promos we are also storing the categories, so we can read that. When we click any of this promo, it should redirect us to the categories of specific products. So for that, inside our promo container, here in the image, when we click over it, so use gesture detector. On tap, we'll be navigating the user, navigator dot push named. The route will be /specific, and here we need to pass the arguments. If we need to pass it through name, the name of the category, so it will be inside promo dot category. Now we are passing it like this because if you see specific category, we were expecting in form of arguments and we are reading the key name. Now let's try to click on fonts. Here the spelling is wrong, it will be a space here if I see. Let's try to click on this. Now it's taking us to fonts, and if we click on this, it's taking us to laptops. Now all this one are now clickable. Now it's time that we add some more products for each of the categories from the admin app. Now I don't have so much RAM so that I can run two apps simultaneously, so I need to close this application and run it again for this one. Now here in products, we only have 4 products. Let's add some products for different categories. So now I have successfully added some products, and if you check the database, I have added several products by myself. And now if we stop this application and run our e-commerce app for client, now if you check for laptops, it's showing all the 4 laptops, and for tablets, cameras, and for earbuds it's also showing. One thing we can do in the card that we are showing for specific products in the card, we can change this to colors.gray.shade 50. Now it's looking more better. Now we need to add to cart and buy now. We need to work on this too. But before that, now you will find that if we modify something, like if we modify the text, suppose if we modify the price for this laptop, if we search for laptops and we modify the price for this laptop, let's increase the actual price, you'll find that the price got changed immediately. And now if we reduce the price, just notice that the price got changed and percentage also got reduced. So in this way, user will be able to see the latest price that gets changed, and if we want to increase the old price, we can also do that. So in this way we can modify it. Now let's work on this area where we'll create several containers and list products, and here we are also going to show banners. So now for displaying the banners and some categories of products, we will be creating one more page. This will be, let's name it as, here in container, let's make a home page maker container dot. Here it will be a stateful widget. Let's name it as home page maker. Just this is a random name I am picking up. But before this one, we need to create a banner container dot. It will be a stateful widget. Let's name it as banner container. Here will be expected to pass final string, image, and category. Let's expect the final parameters. You will be returning a container. We'll be having a container of height 300, and child will be image.network. Here we need to pass widget.image. Fit will be boxfit.cover. Let's just also add a margin here. Now this was for our banner. We'll be also creating something like zone container. It will be something like offer zone. Let's create a stateful widget zone container. Here we are going to expect the string category except final parameters. Here we'll be having a stream builder. Stream will be DB service dot read products. Here we need to provide the category, and we are receiving the category here, so it will be available in widget dot category. And then builder will be having context and snapshot. So like the other ones, if we have snapshot.data, in that case we'll first convert if snapshot.hasData. In that case we will use the products model from JSON list. In that case we'll create list of products model products. It will be products model from JSON list. We need to pass the list as list of products model. If products dot is empty, in that case we will return a centered text products not found. Else we will be returning a container. It will have some padding and colors will be as colors.green.shade 50. And if our snapshot.data is not there, it means it's loading. In that case we can just use a streamer widget, and here in child we'll be having a column will have children's. Now inside our home maker container what we want to do, if we have two banners, then in that case we should be showing two category products, like how many products are there. We will only be showing 4 products, that this much discount is available or such kind of things. As we see in most of the e-commerce app, we want to give such kind of UI with some basic logic. So here what we can do for that, first here we'll create a minimum number, we'll set it as 0, and you will be having a function to calculate the minimum number. If we have A as 5 and B as 2, then the minimum number will be 2, and vice versa. We may have limited categories and limited banners, so that we don't run out of index. For that reason, we need to have a minimum calculator to calculate the minimum number of things that we can display at a maximum. Here first, we'll be using stream builder. First, we'll be reading the stream for categories. If you want, we can also copy it from the categories page. Let's just copy this one full, and inside our homepage container, we can paste it. Now here we are just reading db service dot read categories, and we'll be requiring the categories model. If categories dot is empty, in that case we'll be returning a sized box, and if we have some data, in that case we'll not return a single child scroll view. Instead we'll have some other logic. For now, let's keep it closed, and if our categories are loading, in that case it will be better that we don't show anything. It will be better if we show a shrimmer, but shrimmer we need to increase the size. Let's make it as 300, or we can make it more better. Let's make it 400. And here we'll be using another stream builder like we did it on specific products. So we can copy this stream builder from here to here. We can copy the stream builder from here to here, just copy it and return it here. It means we are running nested loops. Here we'll call read products, but here we'll not pass arguments like this. Instead, when we are running this for each categories, then we know which category it's running for. Now here we'll be using stream builder to read banners. So you will use db service dot read banners. Again, we'll be receiving context and snapshot. If snapshot dot has data, in that case we'll move forward, else we'll not show anything. We'll return a simple sized box, nothing. We will pass the data here, list of promo banner model. This time it will be banners. Here we'll pass promo banners model from JSON list, pass the list of data. Snapshot.data.docs has list of promo banner model. Now if banners dot is empty, we don't need to do anything, just return a sized box. Else we are going to be returning that banner. Since we are using nested loops, we are using both as snapshot, so we cannot identify which snapshot we are using. Let's change it to as banner snapshot. Also make this as banner snapshot. Now here we'll return a column. Column will have children's. Now here we are going to be running a simple for loop. So here we'll run for int I is equal to 0, I less than. We need to get the minimum number of banners or categories. So here we'll use min calculator. It will be snapshot dot length, snapshot dot data dot docs dot length, and banner snapshot dot data dot docs dot length, and here we'll return a column for specific index dot name. So here we are using nested list. This will be like this. And for banners, banner container, we need to provide image. It will be inside banner snapshot dot data dot docs. It was inside image and category. For each index and image, and the category was inside banner snapshot dot category. Just to verify what we have. Here we have an image and here we have in category. So now it's okay. Now if we call the homepage maker in our home.dat file, here let's call homepage maker. Here we are getting a bottom overflow. So to fix it, let's swap this widget with single child scroll view. Now we can scroll the content. Now as you can see here, we are being able to see the banners. To fix it, let's open banner container. Here let's reduce the height to 250, or let's make it 200 only. Now the banners are okay. Here for now we have not done anything for the zone containers. In the zone containers, here we are simply returning a column. If we return text for the specific product, now here we are not returning anything. Now if we start decorating it, then it might work. Here let's have a row, and row have children. First row will have a text like this. Now it's showing laptops, phone and tablets. It means that it's working. It's able to read the categories. Since we are having 3 banners, for that if we calculate 5 and 3 minimum, then minimum will be 3. Now we need to list all the products. For maximum we can list 4 products, and if we have minimum, any products will work. Like after we have written the category, we should list maximum 4 products. Here then we can have a spacer, and then we can have a row. Here it's looking like this. If we click on this, it will redirect to specific. Suppose if we click here, it's taking us to tablets. If we click here, it's taking us to laptops, and if we click here, it's taking us to phones. And now we need to show 4 products for each of the categories, maximum 4. If minimum there is 1 product, then we'll only show 1 product. Now after this row, we'll show the products. Show max 4 products. So here we'll be using a wrap widget, and it will have children's. Here we can use for loop again, because we need to run for maximum 4 items. In children's, we'll run a for loop for int I is equal to 0 equals to 0, I less than 4. But we cannot guarantee that there will be 4 products or less than 4 products. So we need to write some logic so that it's able to handle greater than 4 products and lesser than 4 products. Everything will be there inside our products.length. If products.length is greater than 4, in that case we'll return 4, else we'll return products.length. So we need to do this calculation inside brackets, otherwise it will not work. It will imply something else. Now suppose we are having 4 items. We need to run the row 4 times. Now here we'll be returning a container. Container will have a column. Column will have a children. First let's have a center image. Now the image is looking something like this. So to fix this, we can pass a width of media query dot width, media query dot size dot of context dot width. Take 40%, let's take 43% of width. Now the products are looking something like this. We need to add some decoration to the container. Let's add some padding, color and margin. Now the products are looking like this. We can add some cross-axis alignment. Will be cross-axis alignment dot center. So here we have also applied some spacing. Now we need to write some text. The text will be the name of the product in single line, and then we can have some kind of eye-catchy text that this product is available at this. So for that, here let's create a function, write code. You will be expecting the price and discount, and with the help of that, first we are going to generate a random number between 0 and 1. So if we specify next int 2, then it will give a random number between 0 to 2, but excluding 2, so 0 and 1. And then here we'll create a list of quotes. First quote will be starting at dollar. First string will be starting at rupees, dollar price, and get up to $% discount off. Here we'll return a text with random code for specific index that it has picked up, and give the color as colors.green. Now we need to pass through the special code here. Special code. We need to price the part. We need to pass the price. It will be inside products. I dot new price, and discount will be inside products. I dot. So we need to calculate the discount. So for that we can use discount %. We need to pass the new price and the old price. So it will be inside products specific index dot old price, and this will be products for specific index dot new price. So discount percent will return it in string. We need to convert this to integer, so we can use int.parse. Now if we save it, it's saying that starting at this much rupees, and it's saying in some cases it's saying that starting at this much rupees, and in some cases it's saying up to 30% off, and like this. Now instead of making the column in center, we can make the column in the start. It will look more better. So let's use cross-axis alignment to cross-axis alignment dot start. Now in our row, we need to also change the main axis alignment to main axis alignment dot start. Now here that we are having, here we can change the cross-axis alignment. Inside the container, we have this column. We need to change the cross-axis alignment to cross-axis alignment dot start. Now it's okay. Now we want, when we click on this products, it should redirect us to the view products page. So for that, this is the container. We need to wrap this container with a gesture detector, and on tap we'll use this logic. We'll push them to view products and we'll pass for products for each individual item. Now let's test it. So this will not be products, it will be view product. Let's just restart. Now if we click on individual item, it's taking us to view products. Also for this, if we clicked on this banner, it should take us to the specific category products list that are available. So here also we need to wrap this with a gesture detector, and on tap we'll be sending them to the specific category using navigator.pushName specific, and here we need to pass the name as the category, and we are receiving the category from here. Now if we click on this, it's taking us to phones, and if we click on this, it's taking us to tablets. And now almost our homepage UI is ready. Now you will find that in this homepage UI, nothing is static, everything is dynamic, and everything can be changed. If the admin wants, then he can bring phones first. If the admin just change the priority, here we have the categories. Now if the admin changed the priority, like if change the priority to 80, in that case you will notice that the phones got lesser, the laptops move, and if we change the priority to higher, you will find that laptops came first. Now we can be doing this from the admin app also if we want. We have done that feature, but since I'm not able to open two emulators at once, for that I'm doing it in database directly. Now let's keep this on 180 only again. Now you will find that when we change it inside our database, the changes got reflected instantly. So that's the thing of Firebase Firestore. Now here let's write the logic how we are going to be adding the items in cart and displaying the cart data to the user. So here we'll again visit dvservice.dart file. Here we'll be starting to write the logic for cart. Now here first we are going to be writing the logic to display the user's cart. Here we'll be creating a stream of query snapshot, naming the function as read user cart. Here we'll use Firebase firestore.instance.collection shop users, and here we'll be passing the user of ID of the current user, and here we'll create a new collection cart, and there we'll read all the snapshots. Here the name of the collection was shop_users, so it will be shop_users. Now in this way we will be reading the user cart. Next we'll be adding item to the cart, adding product to the cart. Now first thing, we'll be using the product ID to uniquely identify whether that same unique ID is added in that cart or not. If same product ID exists in the cart, then we will increase the quantity of that product, and if same unique ID does not exist, then we will just add it and set the quantity as 1. So that's how the logic should work. Let's implement that in code. But before adding the items to the cart, we need to create a cart model. With the help of that, it will be easier for us in coding. So here inside models, we'll be creating one more file. It will be cart underscore model dot dart. Let's create a class of cart model. So the cart model will only store the product ID, the quantity, and we need to initialize the constructor. So cart model, here we are only going to store the product ID and the quantity of that product that has been added to the cart. And if we try to increase the quantity, then we'll be able to increase, and if we try to decrease the quantity, then we'll be also be able to decrease the quantity. Now we'll be required to convert the JSON to object model and list of query snapshot to list of cart model. So let's write these two functions. Here we'll be having a factory cart model dot from JSON function where we are going to be passing the JSON value, return cart model. Product ID will be JSON product underscore ID and quantity will be JSON quantity. Here we'll be having list of cart model from JSON list. Here we'll pass the document snapshot data. Here we'll return list.map. Each element convert it to cart model from JSON and then we'll convert all of them to list. Now our job will be a little bit easier inside DB service. So here we are having a function add to cart. Here we are expected to pass the cart model cart data, and cart data will have the product ID and the product quantity. So here we'll use try catch. First we'll try to update the data. Now if we try to update the data and the data is not available in Firestore, then it will give the error as not found, and we can use that logic if we are trying to update the data and we are not able to update the data, then we'll be inserting the data. Otherwise, we'll be updating the data. So that's the logic. Here we'll use dot collection, the name of our collection, shop users, specific document ID for the specific logged in user, and collection will be cart. Here the document ID will be cart data.product ID. And here we'll be updating the product ID and the quantity. In case of any exception, we'll print there is an exception, and if the error code is not found, at that point we will be running Firebase firestore.instant.collection shop underscore user specific document ID collection cart, and document ID will be cart data.product ID. That time we'll try to set the data. Here what we are doing, suppose here we are trying to add the cart model. Here first we are trying to update it. If we already have a product of quantity 2, and if you update, then it will increment and make it to 3. And if we don't have that product and we are going to be adding it to cart, at that moment this will execute, because first we try to update. Since the product does not exist with this product ID, it will be giving the error as not found. If not found, in that case we'll insert the document. That's the thing. This is for insert, this is for update, and this is for insert. Now let's add the code how we can delete specific product from the cart. The user can also wish to delete a specific product from the cart. For that reason, here it will be a future delete item from cart. Here we are going to request the product ID. Here we'll use await Firebase firestore.instant.collection shop underscore user for specific document ID of that user collection cart, and document will be the product ID, and then we'll use delete. In case after we proceed to checkout, we need to delete everything from cart, so we need to empty the cart. In that case, we'll create a future empty cart function. Here we'll use Firebase firestore.instance.collection shop user specific document ID, and collection cart. You will first get all the value from the cart, and then we'll loop over the document snapshot, and then we'll delete each of the element in the cart that is available. This will empty the user's cart, and after that we were increasing the count for a product. Now we want to also decrease the count. We will be having the plus and minus button in our cart to increase the count and decrease the count. For decreasing the count, we will be creating a future decrease count function where we need to pass the product ID, and here we'll use Firebase firestore.instance.collection specific user IDs, cart collection and document. Here we are going to be using field value.increment -1. This means we are decrementing. Here we don't have any decrement function, so we need to use increment only. Now we have written most of the functions for the cart, but one thing to know that inside our cart model we are not storing the product name, the product price and everything, because we want to make it real time. Suppose if the cost of the product is 10,000, and when the person is going to shop and the price got increased to 12,000, at that time the price will not reflect 12,000. If we store all the data inside cart model, it will store the old data. So we want to store the real-time data. For that reason, here we are not storing all such information in cart model. Instead, we'll retrieve the product ID information from our database. In case if product name change or product stock become out of stock, to handle that, we are not storing all those information in cart model. Now, for reading those property like the name of the item, the product image of the item, the cost and everything, for reading all of them, we need to write another function inside our dbservice.dart file. So here we'll be writing the function to search products by product IDs, because here we are going to store the product ID in cart model and other data we need to retrieve from database. For that reason, so here we are creating a stream of query snapshot, naming the function as search products, and here we are going to be passing all the document IDs for each cart item that we have. Here we are going to return Firebase firestore.instance. The collection will be shop underscore products, and here we need to match field value document ID where it's in document ID, and we need to return the snapshot. We'll be using this. First we'll be getting all the document ID from this function, and after that we'll pass that document IDs to this function, and the data that we receive from the snapshot will be displaying that to the user inside this page. So let's do that. Now it's time for our cart UI. Now here we need to do several calculations, and we need to use the cart data in multiple number of state. For that reason, we need to use state management, and for that we'll be creating a provider for our cart. This will be our cart provider. Create a class cart provider, extends change notifier. Here we are going to be having two subscription. First one will be our cart subscription, and second one will be our product subscription. Import the packages. Then we'll have is loading set to false, list of cart model and list of cart UIDs, and list of products, total cost and total quantity. Then we'll have the constructor. Now here we'll be having a function void add to cart where we'll pass the cart model. Here we are going to simply use dbservice.add to cart and provide the cart model, and it will add to our cart. Here we'll simply use dbservice.add to cart, provide the cart data that we are receiving from cart model, and notify our listeners. Now here first we will calculate the total quantity of products. You will be creating a void calculate total quantity. We'll set the total quantity as 0, and then we will run a for loop. Here we have list of cart. It will run until the cart length, and then we'll just will get the value of quantity and we will increase the total quantity, and then we will notify the listeners. In this way, we can calculate the total count. Next, we are going to be adding all the cost for each product. When suppose if we have a product rupees 1000 and we have a quantity of 5, then the cost will be 5000. So for that count, we need to get the cost. So here we'll be creating a function void add cost. We are going to be passing the products list and the cart. Then here we'll set total cost as 0. First we'll wait until the function to initialize, and then we will do a for loop till carts.length, and then we will calculate the total cost. It will be carts.quantity into products with the new price, and then we need to notify our listeners. Now we need to read cart products. It means that we will be providing the UIDs of the cart items that are there in our user's cart, and with that UID we'll get the product details. So here we are creating a function read cart products, and here we are first cancelling the product subscription, and then we will assign product subscription to dvservice.search products. Will pass all the UIDs that we're receiving to this function, and then we will listen over the snapshot. We will convert it to list of products model, and then we will assign the products to the products data that we have received from snapshot, and then we will set is loading to false, and then we will be adding the cost. We'll be running this function. Here we need to pass the products and the carts, and then we will calculate the total quantity, this one, and then we'll notify our listeners. Now we need to stream and read the cart data. So first here we are creating a function named read cart data, setting is loading to true. First we'll cancel the cart subscription, and then we'll assign cart subscription to dvservice.read user cart, and then listen to any snapshot changes. Here we are getting list of cart items, so we need to convert it to list of cart model. We are assigning the carts to the carts data that we are getting from snapshot, and here we are having cart UIDs, because if there is carts, then cart data is storing only the UID, not all the product details. So we'll loop over each of the carts and add the cart UIDs. It will be inside carts.productID, and then if length is greater than 0, we need to read cart products. We will be passing all the UIDs. After we are getting all the UIDs, it has been stored here, and we are reading all the cart products, and then we are setting is loading to false and notifying our listeners. In this case, after we get all the cart UIDs for the specific user, we are also doing a type of join where we are also reading the product data for the specific product that has been added to cart. Now if we want to delete the product from the cart, then we'll call this function delete item. Here we need to pass the product ID, and here we have already written the function delete item from cart. We need to pass the product ID, and after deleting we need to read our cart data. We'll call this and notify our listeners. And if you want to decrease the count of product, we have also written the function for that. It will be, so to call that, we will call this decrease count, and you will call dvservice.decrease count. We need to pass the product ID and then the read cart data and notify our listeners. This will be decrease count. Now we have written all the functions. Here when we initialize the cart provider, at that time we want to read our cart data, so we'll call this. Now let's work on the cart page. Here inside views we'll be creating one more page. This will be cart underscore page. Make it a stateful widget, cart page. We need to also link with our main routes. Here to the /cart context to cart page, and we also need to link our cart provider. So here we'll have one more provider. This one will be cart provider. Now cart provider will be accessible throughout everywhere in our application. In bottom navbar, here we need to modify, instead of this text cart, it will be cart page. Now here in cart page, we'll be having a scaffold. It will have an app bar like we have in profile. Let's just copy this and paste it here. This will be your cart. Let's restart to view the changes. So it's showing your cart. In body, we'll be using consumer. It will be a consumer of cart provider. Here we'll be receiving context, value and child. Here we are having a consumer. Here we are adding two variables. First is count and total cost. If the value is loading, in that case we'll show a circular progress indicator. Else, if value.carts is empty, in that case we'll show no items in cart. So else we'll show a list view. Keep a list style. Now here it's showing no items in cart, but we need to also create a container. This will be our cart underscore container dot dart. Let's create a stateful widget, cart container. We'll be expecting some properties like image, name, product ID, new price, old price, max quantity and selected quantity. So just add the formal parameters. Now here first we'll create a new variable. This will be integer count. We are assigning it to 1, and then we'll create a increase count function. Here we need to also pass the maximum quantity that is allowed. Here we are expecting it inside int max. If our count is greater than or equal to max, in that case we'll show maximum quantity is reached. Else we will be adding the item to cart using provider.of cart provider add to cart, and here we are passing the cart model. Then we will set state and increase the count, and we also need to decrease the count. So if count is less than 1, then if count is greater than 1, in that case we can decrease the count. Here we are just providing the widget.product ID and setting the state as count minus minus. Here we'll be returning a card, and card will have a child container, and we need to provide some width and padding for this, and child will be a column will have children's. Here inside column first we'll be having a row will have children, and also add some styling for the row. So here we have done till this much. We will be adding the style. First let us add some products to the cart, and then we'll be modifying the cart container. Here instead of list style, we'll be adding a list view builder. We'll be passing the item count as values.carts.length, and item builder will have the cart container that we have created, and we'll be passing all the values for each specific index. Now we don't have any item in the cart, so let's add some item. Now let us start adding some product to the cart. So for adding product, when we visit about the product, when we press this add to cart button, it should add the product. So inside our view product, when we press this add to cart button here, currently we are not doing anything. So here we'll call provider.of context listen to false. It will be a return type of cart provider. Then use dot add to cart. Here we need to provide the cart model and just use cart model. We need to provide the product ID and quantity. Since we are reading everything from arguments here, so the product ID will be arguments dot ID and quantity when we press add to cart, it should be adding only one quantity, and after this we can show a snack bar dot show snack bar. Snack bar will be text added to cart. Let's click on this. Here it's showing added to cart. Now let's verify with our cart. Yes, it's showing one card, but the data is not visible because we have not yet customized. So let's customize the cart container. Inside the row, first we'll be having a container that will show image.network, means the product that we have added, and then we'll be adding a sized box that will have the text of the product, and max lines is set to 2. If more than that, we'll get bottom overflow. So for that we can wrap this with a expanded widget to take as much space necessary. After this sized box, we'll be having a row will be having children's. Here first we'll have a sized box, then we'll have the text of old price with a decoration of text decoration dot line through. It will look something like this. Then again a sized box, then we will show the text with new price like this, and then we'll use a sized box and then show arrow dot downwards. Here we'll show the discount percentage. We'll need to pass the old price and current price. This discount percentage is from discount.dart, and this will look something like this. And after this row and column expanded, we'll be having an icon button for icons.delete, and here we'll be using provider.off context cart provider. Delete item, we need to provide the product ID. This will be the product ID that we are passing to this container. Now if we click this, it will delete the item, but currently will not test here. After this row, we'll be having a sized box of height 16 and another row where we will have children's. First we'll have the text quantity. Here we'll add a sized box and another container. It will look something like this, and then here we'll have an icon button. When we press this, it will increment the counter, and another sized box. Here it will show the count, and another sized box. Here it will be for decrementing the count like this, and then another sized box using spacer and text total. Here we'll use another sized box and widget dot new price into number of count for that particular product. Now if we increase the count, our count is also increasing, and if we decrease the count, so if we increase the count is also increasing, but something problem with this decrease count. When we are adding some product in our cart, and then when we are increasing the count, when we are hitting the max quantity, like it has 5 max quantity and it's showing that we cannot add any more quantity, then if we reduce it, currently it's showing 4 but it's changing back to 1. This is a problem. So what we can do here, when we are decreasing the count, in case we don't need to read the data, we can skip that. Now let's try to delete this, and let's try to add one more. Here we have 5 items left. So if we add this, here it's showing the quantity as 1, and now if we increase it to 5 and then try to remove it, it's getting 4, 3, 2, 1, and then if we delete. So in this way we fix this error. Here the indentation is not correct. We should have everything towards the start. So we need to do some modification here in cart container. This is the column. Here the cross-axis alignment should be cross-axis alignment dot start. Now it's okay. Here we are having, let's have 10 items, and here also let's have 8 items. Let's reduce some of them. And now let's match the quantity here. The first one is having 7 and the second one is having 4. So this way it's working. Now the product that we have added, it's added to this user's cart. Now we need to also display the total cost and provide the checkout button. Here in the bottom navbar of the cart page, here we'll have bottom navbar. It will be a consumer of cart provider. Here we'll be having the builder and context value and child will be. If our cart length is 0, then we'll show a sized box. If not, in that case, we'll show the total cost. Here we'll have a container. Container will have a child row. Row will have children's. Here we'll have some text. Total cost will be this much. If we increase the quantity, it's telling the cost is also getting increased. Let's add some height and width. Now it's okay. After this, text will be having a button to proceed to checkout. Here we'll be having an elevated button. On pressed will not have anything for now. Text will be checkout. It will be like this. We can just make it as proceed to checkout. Here we can also add some styling to this elevated button. Here we can also add some styling to the elevated button, and main axis alignment would be main axis alignment dot space between. Now it's okay. If we press this button, then it should open us the checkout page where we'll be able to enter the discount coupon, and then we'll have the Stripe checkout. After we create a new order, it will be shown here. Now one thing to note that here if I add a product for once and if I add a product for twice, then you will find that in the cart, so here as you can see that here it's showing 1, but in our database we have the quantity different. So here it will not be the count, it will be selected widget dot selected quantity. Now it's okay, it's showing the correct result. Now if we delete this and try to add a product twice, it's showing that the product has been added twice. Now it's okay. We are also able to reduce it and increase. The count is always showing 1 because we are not updating our count. So in our init state, we need to set up our count. Count will be widget dot selected quantity. Now if we visit it, we'll find our selected quantity is 3. Now it's showing correct. Now if we increase and also decrease, you'll find that the database and this data is correct. Now let's work on the checkout part. Here inside views folder, we'll create a new file, checkout page.dart. Here let us create a stateful widget, name it as checkout page. Here we'll be having a scaffold and here we'll be also having an app bar. Let's copy the app bar from here and paste it here. This will be checkout. After the app bar, now when we click on this checkout button, it should take us to the checkout page. For that we need to add to our main routes. It will be checkout context of checkout page. Now when we click on this proceed to checkout button, we should be redirected to checkout page. Now click on this button, it's taking us to checkout. Now if you click on this, it's taking us to checkout. Now we have added this. inside our checkout page, we need to do some more modifications. Here we'll be having a discount. Here we'll be having a coupon controller, text editing controller, then int discount, int to pay, and string discount text. Inside the body of the scaffold, first we'll have a consumer. This consumer will be a return type of user provider, and here we'll be having a builder. The name of the value we'll set it to user data, and inside this we'll have one more consumer. This will be of return type of cart provider, and here also we'll be getting context value and child. This time we'll name it as cart data. First here we'll return a column will have children. Here we'll return a container. The cross-axis alignment of container will be cross-axis alignment dot start. Before this container we'll have a text delivery details like this, and here we'll have some decorations and child row which will have children's. Here we'll be showing text of user data dot name, email, address, and font. Let's wrap this with a column and move this to a column, and here we'll be using a sized box of width media query dot width of 65%. We'll be using 65% of the screen width. Column will be having a cross-axis alignment of start, and after this column we'll be having an icon button. This will be to edit the data. After this we'll have a icon button. It will be icons dot edit outline. Let's add a spacer here. Now it's okay. We need to make the name of the user little bold. For that we'll use this text style. Just increase the font size to 16 and font weight will be W500. When we click on this, it should redirect us to the update profile page. So the update profile was the route. Now in our checkout page, let's use navigator.push named. The route will be update profile route. Now let's click here. We are getting to our update profile route. If we change something here and update the profile, then you will find that the data is getting updated instantly. And here in this column, let's also add a padding. Let's add a padding of 12, and in some cases it might have bottom overflow. For that let's use single child scroll view. Then we'll be starting to show a sized box and a text have a coupon. Here we'll be checking and validating our discount coupon. So for validating our discount coupon, we need to write some functions inside DB service where we are reading coupons. Here we need to write one more function, verify the coupon. Here we'll create a function, verify discount. Here we need to pass the coupon code that the user is entering. Then we'll use Firebase Firestore.instance collection shop underscore coupons. Here we'll match where code is equal to the code that has been provided by the user. In that case we'll get the result of that. So in our checkout page we'll be having a text form field. Now here we need to write a function that will be helping us to calculate the discount that will be able to calculate the final discount after applying the coupon code. So let's create a function for that. So here we are creating a discount calculator function where we'll accept the percentage and the total cost. Here we'll calculate the distance. It will be discount into total cost divided by 100, and it means that it will only consider integer values, not the double values. Means the result will always come in integer. And then we need to set the state because we are storing the discount here. Discount is currently set to 0. If it has some discount, in that case we'll be subtracting it from the total price. We'll be subtracting the discount money from the total cart cost. Now here we are having a row, and then we are having a sized box. where we have a child of text form field. Here it will look something like this. Here we are using the controller of Coupon controller, and then we'll have a text button where we'll use query snapshot. Query snapshot will be equal to dvService.verify discount. Here we'll be passing the coupon controller.text in form of uppercase, and then if our document data is not empty, it means that coupon code exists. In that case, we'll get the code and we get the percentage of discount. We'll set the discount string. A discount of this much percent will be applied on checkout, or we can say and we'll calculate the discount. Else we'll say no discount code found and set the state. Here we can also tell a discount of 12% has been applied. Now we were having the discount code of help 10. So if we type help 10, let's apply it. Here we are getting the discount code. It means it's working. Now we need to also print this discount text. Then we'll have a sized box, and discount text is empty string. In that case, we'll show a container, else we'll show the text of discount text, and again a sized box and a divider, and then again a sized box. So here it's showing a discount of 10% has been applied. So if you type something else, here it will show no discount code found. After this, you will be also adding the total quantity of products. It will be cart data.total quantity and subtotal cost like this. It will look something like this. And our final 10 will have the extra discount, a divider, and then total payable amount. So here 10% discount was applied. Let's try it one. So here currently we have no discount applied. If we use help 10, now if you click on apply, you'll find that it had applied this amount of discount and the total payable is this much amount. Now we have also calculated the total payable amount. We are also validating the discount coupon. Now it's time for final checkout using Stripe. Now we need to work with Stripe now. So first here we'll be creating a new file. This will be our .env file. Here we need to paste our Stripe publish key and secret key, and we need to read all of these keys. Now after saving this inside our pubspec.yaml file, we need to tell that there is something inside our assets named as .env. Now just save it. We didn't got any error. It means that we have saved it successfully. Now inside our main.dart file, after Firebase initialize app, so here we need to load our .env file. And our publish key will be from .env stripe publish key, and then we need to copy this and paste it here. Just stop the application once. We need to call this init payment sheet function after we send a post request to the Stripe API. So now here we need to call Stripe API and create a payment intent. So here we can create a file. Let's create in constants.dart, name it as payment.dart. Here we can do one thing. We can just copy this. I have created in the previous video tutorial. We can copy this and paste. Here we are creating a payment intent by sending a post request and passing this data. So for this data it will be shop payment, and will not be passing the state, city and pin. We'll be only passing the address and country. For country it will be IN. Here we don't need the currency and country, state, pin. Here currency will be INR. Name and address, we need to pass name, address and amount to this function, and it will create an intent. Then after we have created the payment intent, We can call this init payment sheet. Just copy this and paste it here. Here it will be create payment intent, and here we need to pass the name, amount and address. For this, first we can create a provider of user provider. Listen is equal to false, and here we need to first pass the name. Name will be inside user.name, address will be inside user.address, and let us accept the cost of payment, and here we need to pass the cost. Here we need to pass the amount. It will be cost into 100, and we need to also convert this to string. We need to import Stripe, and we don't need this ready thing. Now we need to only call this init sheet function when we are doing the payment. It will call the create intent function, and here we are passing the data from the user provider, and then we are creating the payment sheet. So here when we press, let's create a button first. Here in checkout, you will be having a button in bottom navbar. Here will be having a container of height 60 and padding 8. It will have a child of elevated button. Child will be text, proceed to pay, and on press will be null function for now. Now we will read the provider user, and if user.address, phone, name or email is equal to empty string, in that case we'll show please fill your delivery details. Else we'll be creating a payment sheet. Also we need to make this function async. Now creating payment sheet means we are calling this function. Now after we have created a payment sheet, we need to proceed. We need to use try catch. First we need to present the payment sheet. In case of catch, we'll print payment sheet error failed, and then we'll show a snack bar payment failed. And in case of present payment sheet, we are going to show a snack bar that payment is done. Let's click on pause. Now let's try to click on proceed to pay. Here we are getting the amount. Here payment method is also there, client secret is also there. So one thing to note that the payment intent secret will be inside client underscore secret, and the customer ID will be inside data ID. Now if we try to press proceed to pay, here it's loading the Stripe option. Let's add a test card. Now our payment got processed, and here it's showing payment done. Now here it's showing payment done. So make sure to do this modification, like it will be inside client underscore secret and customer ID will be ID. Now here we know that if somebody start the payment and leave it behind, in that case it will be payment failed. Now what we are going to do, our main task will be if the user completes the payment, then we are going to be removing all the items from user's card, plus will reduce the number of quantity that is available for that specific product. So these are the two things that we need to do. Now here the elevated button, we can change the style a little bit. Here we can add style. It will be elevated button style form. Background color will be colors dot blue, and foreground color will be colors dot white. So the coupon was help 10. After we apply, we are getting the discount of 10%, so it will result in this. Now let's try to complete the payment. Now our payment is done. Now what we are going to do here, we are only showing a snack bar that payment is completed, but first we need to create an order Then we need to remove all the items from the cart, and then we need to reduce the quantity of that specific product. And if you want, you can also send a payment receipt to the user after their purchase has been completed. So let's do that. So here we need to create a function to create a new order, but before creating the order, we need to create the order model, and this one will be a very big model. So here we'll create a file order model dot. Here we'll be creating a new file inside models. It will be orders model dot. Create a class orders model. Here we'll be requiring ID, email, name, phone, status, user ID of the specific user plus address, and discount, total, and integer. This will be in timestamp when the order was created. And also we are going to store the products. In the orders we'll be having the products and all the details about the products, what was the price, what was the max quantity, and all those things will be stored inside orders model. So we need to create another class. Let's name this as order product model. Here we'll be storing the ID, name, and image, and the quantity, single price, and total price for that specific product. Let's initialize the constructor, and now we need to convert JSON to object model. So we'll do that. Here we'll create order products model from JSON. We'll pass the JSON and then use ID, name, image, quantity, single price, and total price. Here we'll not be receiving list of order in form of JSON. So instead we will not be requiring the other function. Here we'll be receiving list of order product model. This will be our products, and now we need to initialize the constructor. Now again from here we need to convert JSON to object model. We'll create a function factory orders model from JSON. We'll pass the JSON data plus the ID. Here we'll return our orders model. We'll pass the ID. Created at will be JSON created at, otherwise 0. Email, name, phone, status, address, user ID, discount, total, and products. For products we'll be receiving list of order products model from. We'll pass the map, and here we'll be converting each of the product into product model. And now here we'll be getting list of orders. So here we'll be getting list of query snapshot. We need to convert to list of orders. For that, let's write that function. Here we'll create a function list of orders model from JSON list. We'll pass the snapshot document list, and then we'll use list.map. For each orders we'll pass two orders from JSON. We'll pass the data. We'll convert it to as map and pass the ID, then make it in form of list. Now we have written the orders model. Now it will be easier for us for reading and updating the data for orders. Here inside DB service we need to write the function to create new order. The user is supposed to create new order. So for that we'll use future create order. We'll pass the data. We'll use await Firebase Firestore.instance.collection. It will be shop underscore orders. This collection does not exist now, but it will be created, and then we'll add the data. So if we call this function and pass the data, then the data will be added. Now the user will be also having the option to update the status of the order. Like if they want to cancel the order, then they should be able to update the order, but they will not have the option to delete the order. They can only cancel it and cannot do anything else. So let's write a function. So here we are creating a function update order status. We are passing the document ID and the data that we are going to update. So here we'll use await Firebase Firestore.instance.collection shop orders. Then inside the document ID, we are going to update this data. Now we have written the functions where we are creating and updating the data. We also need to read the data. So here we'll write the function to read the order data of specific. Here we are creating a function read orders. Here we'll use Firebase Firestore.instance. The collection will be shop underscore orders, where user underscore ID is equal to the user.uid for the current user, and we are going to order them by descending. Means the last one, the recent one the user has ordered will come first, and we'll get the snapshot because we are going to stream over the snapshot of data. Now we have written all the three functions for create, read and update. Delete orders is not required. Now after our payment is getting completed, we are going to create a new order. So we need to visit checkout page. Here, if everything goes correctly in the payment sheet, we'll be creating new order. So here we'll use db service dot create order. Here we need to pass the data. First we'll be creating a variable cart where we'll be using the cart provider, and then here we'll have the current user. It will be Firebase auth.instance.current user. Here we are creating a list of products, and we are going to add all the products that are in cart from the cart to this product list. So you will use loop over all the products inside cart, and then we'll add to this list. We are reading that which products are there inside the cart, and then we are adding those inside this list element, and after adding, we are adding in this element, and then we need to create our data. Like our order will consist the product data that was there while the user was ordering, like the price should be the same when the user orders, and also the name, image, everything will be same. This cannot change after the user is ordered, so for that reason we are storing the product data. For our application, we'll be having this 4 status. Like first will be paid, where money paid by the user. Shipped means item has been shipped, and it will be cancelled, otherwise completed or delivered, we can show anything. Now here we are creating a map of string comma dynamic. First user ID will be the current user ID, name will be the user.name, that's coming from user provider, and email will be user.email, and user.address will be address, user.phone will be phone. Discount will be the discount that we have calculated and passed through this function. Discount will be the discount that we have calculated. Total cost will be cart.total cost minus discount, and products will contain all the product list, this one, and then we'll have the status as paid because money has been paid by the user, so it will be paid. And then created at will be datetime.now 2 milliseconds epoch. Here we have the order data. When we are creating the data, we'll pass the order data. Now it may take some time. Let's use await. Apply the discount. Now let's proceed to pay. Now here we are getting payment done. Let's verify with our Firestore database whether it has added orders or not. So now it has created one order. Here we are having products, one product and two product. this one was a quantity 8 and this one was for quantity 4. So it's correct. It's also saving the products and number of quantities and total amount, status, email, name, phone number, and when it was created, and the user ID who has created this order. Now we need to also use navigator.pop to close this checkout page after it's completed. Here, when we have completed creating our order, we will close the checkout page. So you will use navigator.pop context. And now we need to display orders here so that they can track their order. We will be having 4 types of status. First one will be paid. When the user completes the payment, the order will be marked as paid. If the user has just shipped the order, then it will be marked as shipped. And if either the user or the admin cancels the order, then it will be marked as cancel, and it will be marked as let's make it delivered. If order is delivered. Now here in our DB service, we have already written the function to read all the orders for that specific user in descending order of created at. So we'll be streaming over this and displaying the orders data. So here inside views folder, let's create a new file, orders.page.dart. Here it will be a stateful widget, orders page, and we should also be having the route. It will be /orders context. We'll send it to orders page. Here we'll be having a scaffold. App bar will be similar like this. Just copy this and paste it here. It will be orders. Now we need to link this with our home nav so that it shows this widget instead of the text widget that we have here. We need to show orders page. Now we need to do hot restart. Now here it's showing orders. Here we need to list all the orders that we have, and for that we'll be using stream builder. Here we don't require to use provider because only we are going to read the data, so provider is not required here. In body we'll have a stream builder, stream to DB service dot read orders, and here we'll be also returning builder that will pass context and snapshot. If snapshot dot has data, in that case we'll proceed, else we will show a circular progress indicator, center child circular progress indicator. We need to first convert the snapshot of data to list of orders model. So just import orders model here, and then if orders dot is empty, in that case we'll return center child text, no orders found. And if we have some orders, then we are going to display that. We are going to be using list view builder for this. Here first let us create a total quantity calculator function. We'll be sending all the products that we are receiving from orders, and then we'll set the quantity to 0, and then we'll map over each of the products and then increase our quantity and convert all of them to list, and then we are going to return the quantity. This will be an integer quantity. Here we'll be requiring this. Here we are creating a simple status container where we are required to pass the string. We are required to pass the text background color and text color, and then we'll return a container where we'll have the text as the text and color as the background color that we have passed, and text will have a text color that we are passing to this function. This text will be a string. Now we'll be using this status container to display all the status. Currently we have 4 status: paid, shipped, cancelled and delivered. So we'll be writing a function for displaying the status. So here we are going to create a widget status icon and we'll pass the string status. If our status is paid, in that case we'll return the status container, this one. We'll pass the background color as green and text color as white, and text will be paid. If it's on the way, then we'll return on the way. It will be colors.yellow and color will be black. If it's delivered, then it will be text will be delivered and colors will be colors.green.shed 700 and text color will be white. Else we'll return the status cancel, PG color will be red and text color will be white. The on the way is the thing, it means that it has been shipped. If we want, instead of on the way, we can also use shipped, but shipped will not sound so good. So for that reason, we have selected on the way. Now here we'll be having a list view builder. Item count will be orders.length. Here we'll be having an item builder. We'll get the context and index. Here we'll return a list style. Here we'll have the title. Here we'll have the trailing as status icon that it has been paid, and for subtitle we'll have ordered on, and for title we'll have the total quantity, that is what. Now here we are getting an infinite loading screen, because if you find here it's saying that to listen to this query will be requiring a index. So we need to create an index. We need to visit this link. So let's copy and visit this link. Here we need to sign into that account. Here it's telling the index. We need to save the index. Now it's creating the index. It will take some time to create the index. Now our index is ready. Now if we restart our application, if we go to orders, here we can find that 12 items worth this much and it has been paid. Now what we want, when we view on this, when we click on this list type, it should take us to view the order. Otherwise we will not be knowing that what were the items that we have ordered. So here we are going to be creating another file. It will be view_order.dat. Let's make it a stateful widget, view order. So inside the orders page, we can create one more stateful widget. This will be view order. Here we'll be using a scaffold. Here we'll be expecting orders to be passed in form of arguments. So you will receiving arguments in form of model route of context.settings.arguments, and it will be a type of orders model. Here we will be having an app bar. App bar will have a title, text, view order, or we can say order summary. Now we need to also link this with our main route. Let's make it view_order. We'll be redirecting the user to the view order page. Now when we click on this list style here when we click, we will redirect the user using navigator.push named. The route was /view_order, and we need to pass the arguments. The arguments will be the order itself. So order for specific index that has been tapped. Now let's click here. It's taking us to order summary, and here we need to list all the products and the total cost and everything that we have in the order model. Now here in our body, first we'll be having a single child scroll view, and it will be having a padding of edge insets 8, edge insets all 8, and then we are going to be having a column. Column will have a cross-axis alignment of cross-axis_alignment.start, and it will have children's. First you will have a padding of text delivery details. It will look something like this, and then we'll have another container of width double.infinity and padding of 8 of color of colors.gray.shade 100, and then here we'll have a column Here we'll also have cross-access element to cross-access element dot start. Then we'll have children's. Here we'll have the delivery details like name, address, phone, etc. Here we'll first have the order ID. It will be from args.id. Look, it will look something like this. Then we'll have the order on time, order by, then phone number, and then delivery address. So lastly it will look something like this, the delivery details. And then we'll have another column after this container. It will also have cross-access element to cross-access element dot start. Then children's will be arguments dot product dot map. We need to map over each of the products to show the products to the user. So here we'll first convert each of the products that we have to a container, and after converting we'll convert all of them to list, because here we expect the return type as list. And here we'll have some decoration in the container, like width will be double dot infinity, padding will be 10 and margin will be 4. Then we'll also add a color of colors.gray.shed 200 and border radius to circular 10. It's showing something like this. We don't have the text now. Here we'll have the column. Column will have cross-access element dot end, means it will start from here, and here we'll have a row, and here we'll have a container of height and width 50, and child will be image.network, the image that we have purchased, the image of the product. It will look something like this. Then we'll have a sized box, then expanded text name like this. Here we need to show more info. So here we'll also show the single price, means the price that which the user has purchased, into the number of quantity like this. Suppose it was 999 and into 8 quantity. If you verify with the Cloud Firestore data, you'll find that shop orders we are having. If you verify with Cloud Firestore data, inside shop orders you will find that we are having quantity of 8999, and that total price is ending this, and quantity of 1999, it's coming quantity of 4, so this value is coming from there. And then we'll have the total price dot to string like this. Then we'll have another padding where we'll have a column, cross-access element will be cross-access element dot start. Here we'll have the discount, that this much was the discount and your total was this much, and the status of the order has been paid. So this will be the delivery summary. This will be the order summary page. This is looking quite good. I have not done so much of UI modification, a very simple UI. Now let's try to order something else. Now you will find that here it's showing 7 left and here it's showing 5 left. If we try to increase it to more than 7, it's saying maximum quantity rich, so we cannot add more than 7. So let's try to purchase it. So let's try to proceed to checkout. Here let's apply a coupon. Now one thing, that here we are having this order where we are showing the discount coupon is this. Now if the admin add some more coupon, like it will be please 20 get 20% off on checkout, and discount percentage will be 20. If we add this coupon, you will find that the coupon got added here instantly. And if you also delete this coupon, since this coupon is having higher percentage, then it will show that please use coupon please 20 and get 20% discount. Everything is controlled by admin here by now. Like if we change the price of the product for this tab, suppose let's make it 1999 and save it. Here the price got changed immediately and also the percentage. Now if suppose the user has added suppose the user has added this item to the cart. Now currently this item is showing 1999, and if we change the price $29.99, and if we update it, then you will find that the price also got changed here. Till the user completes his checkout, the price will not change. If the user completes the checkout, then the price will not change, but if not, then the price will be changing. So this is our admin app. Now we can control everything from here. We'll be doing this part later on, but first let's just complete the order part. Now here, if we add some product and add some more product, here our cart is showing this much, and if we increase more than the max quantity, then we'll get max quantity rich. We cannot order more than that. Now if we use the new coupon, please 20, let's apply it. Now let's proceed to pay. Let's complete the payment. Now here we are getting payment done, and the orders are also getting created like this. Now what we want to do, here we want to remove this from the orders list after our payment is completed. So we have already written that function in our dbservice.dat file. Here dbservice, we have written the function to empty our cart. We need to just call this function. So after our checkout has been completed, so here before we are closing the checkout page, we need to call await dbservice.emptyCart. This will clear the current user cart, clear the cart for the user. Now let's try to do that payment again. Let's add some products. Now one thing we can do, here currently the cart widget is not looking so great. We don't know that we have added any cart item or not. For that, inside our providers, here we have the cart provider where we are storing the carts. Here we can get the carts.length very easily. So what we can do, inside our home nav, here in our cart, here we'll be having a widget that will be our consumer, and it will be a return type of cart provider. Here we'll be getting the builder. So if value.cart.length greater than 0, in that case we'll return a badge widget. This comes from the badge package. If not, in that case we'll return the normal icon. Now badge will have a child text of cart, value.cart.length. Need to convert it to string. Here it's showing 2, but here it's not showing the icon. So what we can do here, instead of having this in child, we can use this in label, and in child we can have this icons.shopping cart outline. Now it's showing that we have 2 items in our cart. We can also change the background color. Let's change this to colors.green.shade 300. So now it's okay. Here it's showing us that we have 2 items in our cart. If you reduce the cart item, you'll see that we don't have, and if we don't have anything, it's showing nothing. So that's how we can add. Let's try to add some items. Now we have 2 items in our cart. Let's add more. Now here it will only show the items. If we increase the quantity, it will not show. And now let's try to purchase some. Let's do the checkout, add some coupon, get the discount like this. Let's pause it to pay. Now our payment is successful and all our cart items are also cleared. Now one thing is left, that when we complete our payment, suppose here we are having, suppose if we purchase this item, here we are having 15 stocks left. If the user purchase one quantity of this product, then we should also reduce that quantity for this specific product. And for that, inside our DB service, we need to write another function here in our products to reduce the count of products So here we are creating a function reduce quantity. Here we need to pass the product ID and the quantity, how much quantity the user purchased, and then we'll use Firebase firestore.instance.collection. Name of our collection was shop underscore products. We need to get inside the document ID, and then we'll update the quantity to field value.increment. This will be minus quantity because we want to decrement it, and this will do our job. And we need to call this reduce quantity function. And in our checkout page, after we create the order, in this stage, first we need to loop over all the products in our cart, and we need to get each specific product ID, and then we need to reduce the quantity on the basis how many quantity of that same product has been purchased. So here everything will be available inside cart.products. So we need to reduce the quantity of products on Firestore. We need to run this loop again like this, and this time we'll be reducing the quantity. So here we'll call db service dot reduce quantity. Here we need to pass the product ID, so it will be cart dot products, the specific index dot ID, and this will be similar to this cart dot specific index dot quantity dot. For quantity, it will be inside cart dot carts list of cart model. Here we stored the quantity, so for specific index we'll have the quantity. So in the carts contain the cart model, and in cart model we are only storing the product ID and the quantity of the product the user is purchasing. So for that reason we are loading it from carts, and for product ID we are reading the products list and providing the ID. Now it will reduce each of the quantity. Let's try to do one thing. Here for this laptop we have 5 quantity left. Now let's try to add this, and also let's purchase this. Now we have 2 items in our cart. Let's add the max quantity 5, and let's also let's purchase 8 quantity for this. Now let's proceed to checkout, apply a coupon, getting the discount, proceed to pay, adding the credit card number, processing the payment. Now everything is working correctly because payment is done. If something gets wrong, then it will be showing payment failed. Now we need to verify with this laptop. It's showing out of stock because we have purchased all the 5 laptops for this, and here previously was having 30, now it's showing 22 because we have purchased 8 items. Now in this way we are also reducing the stock of products. Now the admin, if he wants, he can increase the stock, and if he wants, he can reduce the stock. And here also we are getting that we have purchased this 5 quantity and 8 quantity. Here we'll be giving the option to modify the order for the user to cancel the order. So let's do that. Now inside our orders page, inside order summary, after this column status, arguments.status, after this we'll be having one more sized box, and then we'll be also having a sized box, and size box will be having a height of 60 and width of 90% of screen pixel. You will be having a child as elevated button. Child will have a text, modify order, and we need to also provide the on press. Now it's looking something like this. Let's add some decoration like style with the elevated button dot style font. Background color will be colors dot blue. Foreground color will be colors dot white. Now if the user press this modify order function, they will only get the option to cancel the order. So here we'll first let's create a stateful widget, modify. Here we can just use show dialog Here we'll use the context pass. Here we can create one more stateful widget. This will be modify order, and here we'll show this modify order. Modify order will be an alert dialog. Let's click here. Here the title will be text. Modify this order. Content will be text. Choose what you want to do. We can wrap this with a column, and then we can have some text button. It will be a text of cancel order. We need to also set the min axis size to min axis size dot min, cross axis alignment to cross axis alignment dot start. If they choose cancel order, then here will show, first we'll close this using navigator dot pop context, and then we'll show another dialog. Here will show, you will pass the context. So here we don't have the additional confirm widget. We can simply use it from our admin app that we have created. This additional confirm, we can copy it from here and paste it inside our containers. Now we have this additional confirm. Here we can call the additional confirm, or no, we'll be simply using navigator dot pop context, and here will be have a text. Here will be having, after cancelling this cannot be delivered, this cannot be changed, you need to order again, and on yes we will be calling db service dot cancel db's update order status. Here we need to be getting the document ID, so we can expect that from here. Final order model, this will be the order, just expect it from here. Here the order will be inside. Here we are receiving the orders in form of arguments, so arguments will be our order. We need to pass our arguments. Now from here we can get the order widget dot order dot id, and here we need to set the status. We need to set the status to cancelled. Now this may take some time, so we need to make this async, then await, and after this we'll use navigator dot pop context. So we need to stop this and run it again from scratch, because we have not yet passed the order in our previous one. Now we have done this modification. Now here let's try to modify our order. Here it's showing cancel order. If we click cancel, are you sure after cancelling this order cannot be changed, you need to order again? So if we click no, then it's popping out. If we click yes, then it should change the status. Now we need to go back here, and it's showing cancelled because we are passing the data in arguments, so for that reason the data is not getting updated. We can do a simple thing. We can just use navigator.pop after we close this dialog. Here we can show a snack bar that order updated. Now after updating this snack bar, If we cancel this order, we want to close this page also, so you will use navigator.pop 2 times. If we cancel this order, now here it's showing our order has been updated. Now one thing to note that if our order has been cancelled and we are only giving the option for the user to cancel, then why are giving this option multiple number of times? So this is not correct. We need to write some logic that only if the order is paid on the way, in that case only they will be able to modify the order, otherwise they will not get the option. So for that, here we are showing the size box of modify order. If our args.status is equal to paid or on the way, in that case only it will show, otherwise it will show a simple size box, empty size box. Now it's not showing. Now it's not showing. Let's also cancel this order. Yes. Now it's showing cancelled and we are not being able to edit this order. Now we have almost completed our application. Just one thing, that after our orders get completed, we can send a payment receipt to the users that your order has been completed. Now here, when we press this orders button, we should redirect the user to the orders page. Let's just open profile. Here, when we use on tab on this orders button, we'll redirect the users to orders. So here on list style orders, when we use on tab, we'll redirect the users to navigator.push named. It will be to our orders route. So here it's showing all the orders. This will not be async, and also this one. Only the logout one will be async. We can remove this unnecessary async. Now here we'll be simply showing a snack bar. When we press this, here on tab, you will be using scaffold messenger dot of context dot show snack bar that mail us at any mail that you like to provide. Like this, we are not having some dedicated support here. Now here we have almost done everything. Suppose if we add this product and this product, and when we go to checkout, here if we click, it's taking us to edit our address. We can also update the profile. We can add the coupon, and it's also showing how many orders we have. Now we are going to be moving to our admin app. Just stop this. And here in our admin app, we are going to complete the orders part where we are left. Now here we have already completed the products part, the promos part, the banners part, the categories part, and the coupons part. Now it's time for the orders part, and this total products and all the dashboard data to show. This part is left. So first, here we need to create an orders page, and here we'll create the orders page here. This is for admin. Here will be orders page dot. Now we'll take a shortcut. Here we have already written the orders page for the user. Now here we can just copy the full orders page widget, because both of them will be similar. And inside this admin app orders page, we need to first import all the packages. Material.dart orders model. Here we have not yet created the orders model, so we'll be also requiring the orders model. So let's just copy the orders model from here, and we are going to be pasting it here. Now we can import the orders model. Here we don't have the function to read orders in our DB service, so we need to write that functions. For now, let's just comment this out. Now first we'll be creating the function to read all the orders. This time reading all the functions will be different for the user and the admin, because admin will be able to read all the orders and user will be only able to read the specific orders for that specific user. The user will be able to read the orders of his own account, and the admin will be able to read the orders of all the orders that had happened. So that will be the difference. Inside DB service, here we'll start writing the orders functions. So from our e-commerce app, we can get the DB service logic. Here we are reading user, where user ID is equal to this. In case of the admin, here we'll read all the orders. So here we'll read all the orders, order by created at. And now you will find in orders page, the error of DB service is gone. So we need to link this with the orders button. Here, when we visit /orders, we should redirect them to the orders page. Now let's add a on-click function on here. It will be inside admin home in order. When we click on this order button, we'll use navigator.push name to our orders route /orders. Now let's click here. We are getting redirected to the orders. Now here one thing might happen, that we are not able to know that which user has ordered. Here we have not yet added the view order route, so let's add it in our main route. So it will be context. It was inside orders page.dart only. So here we'll use view order. Now let's restart. We can just modify this, because here we are getting the time. We also need to know that which user has purchased this order. Now here we are getting the user ID, username and everything. Here we also want to give more option, because admin will have more option, like either it's ongoing or it's delivered, and they can also cancel it. So we'll do that later on, but now everything is correct. Here this modify order part is pending. We need to do that, but before, let's check if everything is correct or not. But first, let's modify this orders. Inside our orders page, we are showing 13 items worth. We can show this instead, that orders/index dot name. We can say order by best user worth this much. Or we can remove this order by best user. Now it's okay. Here we are being able to get the name of the user and the order time. Now we need to have the option for modify order here. For that, when we are viewing the order here, we need to change the logic. The admin will always get the option to modify the order. So you will remove this, and they can either modify it to cancel, delivered, or is shipping or not. So here we will be getting several options, and here we will not be using additional confirm. Here we are showing the dialog for modify order. Here we'll do navigator.pop. But here we are not only cancelling the order, here we'll have several options, so we cannot use additional confirm for all. Now this will be for cancel order. This will be one button, and it will be have two more buttons. This will be order ship, order delivered. Here choose you want to set. Here we can do any of this. We can also add some padding to this text. In symmetric, vertical will be 8, horizontal will be 8. Now it's okay. Here when we press this deliver, you're using navigator.pop, but before that we need to use the update status function that we have written. Here this function to update the order status, we are copying it from e-commerce app. Here we need to paste that same thing in our DB service. This we need to pass the data that what's that status is going to be. So inside our orders page, DB service dot update order status. Here we need to pass the document ID. Document ID will be inside the order that we are receiving. So it will be widget dot order dot ID, and the data we want to set. If the item is shipped, in that case we'll set the status as we'll set the status as on the way, make it async and use await. It may take some time. After that we need to close the context 2 times, similar to this one. Let's just copy it and also paste it here, make it async. This time if our order is delivered, we'll show DELIVERED, and if our order is cancelled, in that case we'll set CANCELLED. Now it's okay. Now if we try to convert this order to order delivered, then it will be marked as delivered, and if we change the order to as order shipped, it will be marked as on the way. Or we can also do one thing, the admin should also get the option that order paid by user. Here this we can just set the status to paid. If we press on this, then it changed the status to paid, and if we just change the order status to paid, then we are just changing the status here in this way. So now in this case we can do anything that we like. If you want to set the orders to delivered, we can set it delivered, and if we want to set it shipped, then it will be set as shipped, and if we want to set it as paid, then it will be set as paid. Now inside our dashboard, so users should be able to get the data that how many orders are there, how many orders pending, how many orders are delivered. So for this we are having the dashboard. This is a very simple dashboard. Inside our admin provider, we are having total categories, total products, and we need to do some more calculations here. So here we'll create more, like total orders, orders delivered, orders cancelled, orders on the way, and we need to do those calculations. Now since here we are using a stream builder, but if we need to do those calculations and use the order in multiple places, a better option will be to use provider for state management. So here in our admin provider, we'll write a function to read all the orders. Here we need to create one more subscription. Here we need to create one more list of document snapshot. This will be our orders, and this will be our orders subscription. Let's make the function as read orders. First, similar to this, we will be cancelling the subscription and setting the data. First we will cancel the orders subscription, and then we'll use dbservice.read orders. We will set the orders to this, and total orders will be document.snapshot. Now from this we need to also count that how many orders are delivered, ongoing or paid. So for that, here we need to write another function to count various order types. So here we are creating a function set order status count. First here we are creating some variables or delivered, cancel, and on the way, setting to 0. Then we will run the loop for orders.length. Here if order status is equal to delivered, we'll increase the delivery count, this one. If order cancelled. If status is cancelled, we'll increase this cancel count, and if it's on the way, we'll increase the order on the way count. Here we are just setting this value. Here we have defined this here 0. Now it might happen that it got changed to 1 or 2, and then when we call this function, it will first set all of them to 0 and then it will add. Otherwise, if it was having 10 orders and we started only adding the orders, then it will increase a lot. Now before this, we need to call set order status count. Now we'll get the status. Now one thing, inside our orders page, we were reading the data in form of stream builder. Here inside our orders page, we were reading the data in form of stream builder, but this will not be in form of stream builder now because it's in provider. So we should be using it from consumer admin provider. You will be getting a builder for child value context. We'll use this, remove this. Here if value, first here we will take this out and our data will be inside value dot orders, and this one if and this else statement are no longer required. Now let us just verify it once that it's working correctly or not. It's showing no orders found because we have not yet called. When we are calling the admin provider, we should also be reading our orders. Now let's restart. Now let's check. It's showing the orders. If we change the status, suppose we are changing it to delivered, it got delivered. Now this time we are reading from provider, so it's correct. Let it be in this way. So now here inside our admin home, we need to show all. Now here inside our admin home, we need to show all the counts. So for that, we can wrap this column with a widget of consumer. Return type will be of admin provider. Here we need to provide the builder, context, value and child. So here we'll just remove this child. Now first let's have the total categories. The value will be inside value dot categories dot length. Now here we have total categories 5. Next we have total products. Let's have that. It will be inside value dot products dot length. Total products, we have 18 products. Next total orders. It will be inside value dot total orders. Total orders is 4. Next we will have orders ship. It will be inside value dot order on the way. Next we need to have some more. It will be order delivered, order cancelled. So it will be order delivered and this will be order cancelled. Now I think that the column, that the container that we are having, we need to just increase the height a little bit. Now here it's okay. Here if we change the order from here, let's make it as delivered. Now we have 2 delivered, 1 cancelled and 1 on the way. So here it's showing 2 delivered. Now in this way we can track the orders from the dashboard, that how many orders we have, how many orders it's pending. We can just create orders pending process by setting it to 0. Here we can also calculate the order pending process. We will set it to 0. If it's this, if order status is on the way, then we'll increase on the way, else we will increase order process plus, and this way inside our admin home we can add one more, like orders not shipped yet. Here it will be value dot orders pending process. So here it's showing orders that are not shipped yet as 0. Now if we convert this to order paid by user, then it will show that order has not been shipped yet. Now here we can also increase the size. Now it's okay. Here the admin will be able to track all the orders and everything. Now we have almost completed our admin application where we can track orders, track products, create, read, update and delete products. Here we can also modify our orders, and also we can create, read, update promos and banners and categories and coupons. So we have almost completed our admin app. Now some good approach is that since we are using Stream Builder and we are creating a stream subscription, when we are closing the provider, at that moment we should also close the subscription, otherwise it will run in background. So that's a very important step that we need to do, that we have not yet done. We are only cancelling the subscription, but there should be one function like void cancel provider. Here will cancel all the subscription that we have. First was our order subscription dot cancel. Just add a question mark. Then we'll be having our product subscription. Then we'll be having our category subscription. Here we are just cancelling all the subscription. And in places where we are reading it using Stream Builder directly, we don't need to cancel it, because when we close the page, it will cancel the subscription. Now suppose we need to add this post method. We'll call the cancel provider function. And when we log out the user, at that moment also inside our admin home, before we process the login, first we'll use async and await. First we'll cancel the provider.auth context. Listen will be to false. Here it will be a type of admin provider, and here we'll cancel the provider. Now if we try to log out, here we simply cancel the provider, and now we can do login, logout or anything. Let's sign in. This was a very good thing that we did. We have successfully completed our admin app. Now here we have again moved on to our e-commerce client app. Here we'll be also disposing the, now here also we'll be cancelling the subscriptions. Here we are using cart provider. Here we have two subscription, cart subscription and product subscription. Let's create a function. Let's name it as void cancel provider. Here we'll cancel the cart subscription dot cancel and underscore product subscription dot cancel. We are adding a question mark because it may be nullable. And in our dispose method, we'll call cancel provider. And also for this, here we are having a stream subscription of user subscription. Here we need to create a function void cancel provider. Here we need to simply use user subscription dot cancel. In dispose method, we'll call cancel provider. When we are logging out here like this, we need to also cancel the provider. When we press the logout, the auth service.logout will first call provider.auth context, comma listen will be false. It will be a type of user provider. Here we'll call cancel provider. And also one more time, this will be the cart provider. We'll call cancel provider. Now this is a good thing that when we don't need to listen to the snapshot, at that time we are just closing the connections. Now if we log out, the providers will get cancelled. Now let's log in again. Now here we have not yet processed the buy now function. So what will be happening in case of buy now, we'll first add it to the cart and then we'll proceed to checkout. So here inside our view product, when we press this button, this will be similar that how we are adding the item to the cart like this, and then we'll push the user to the checkout page. Now let's see, when we click on this, here we just added the product here, and now we can also apply a coupon. Let's proceed to pay. Discount got applied. Let's use it. Now our payment is done. If we check here, we don't have the item in cart, but in orders, here you can see that it's showing that we have paid. We can also cancel this order if you want. One thing that we want is to send a mail to the user that your order has been paid. So for that, we have already added a package that is mailer. We'll be using this. Here we'll be creating. Now first you can decide that what SMTP server do you want to use. Either you want to use Gmail, Outlook, Yandex, or any other SMTP server like Yahoo. Then you need to first know it that what you want to use, or you can use some other services. In our case, we are using SMTP. Let's use the Gmail SMTP one. For this, I'm going to use Gmail SMTP, but you can use any other SMTP. Inside our controllers, we are just creating a mail service .dat file. Here we'll be sending the mail in form of HTML. We are creating a class mail service. Here first, since we'll be using Gmail, you can use any other providers as you wish. So here, since we have already initialized flutter.env, now we can read all the contents from our env file. Here we are creating a Gmail SMTP variable where we are calling Gmail. This is from this .env is from flutter_.env, and this Gmail is from mailer.dart. Here we are reading the Gmail mail and the Gmail password. So inside our env file, we'll be having the Gmail mail and the Gmail password. So if you don't know how to set this, I will ask you to watch the previous video where I've told you how you can send it using SMTP. Here we'll be just adding the username and password. Now after you have added Gmail and password, now we are to go. Here we are going to write a send mail from Gmail function where we'll be creating a simple message. Here we want to paste the address. It will be our address, our Gmail, and then recipient will add the receiver email. We'll take it from here and then we'll add the order subject. For this, I have already created a specific HTML template where I'm going to use that. So in HTML, I will be using this because here we are importing the orders model. So here we are simply creating a heading, a table head, and table body. Here we are having the image product quantity, and then here we are having the price. We're mapping over each of the element, and then we're joining it, and then we're just printing that this was your discount, this was your total. And here we need to send a mail using try catch. Here we'll be using a try catch. So here first we'll create a send report where we'll use send and pass the message and Gmail SMTP. Then here we'll print message send. In case of any error, we'll catch it, we'll set message not sent, and we'll print what is the problem. Now we need to simply call this function and pass our order and the receiver mail that your payment was successful, you got a payment receipt. Now this will happen after checkout. So inside our checkout page, after our payment is done, we are showing this. In case it might happen that there's something wrong and our mail is not delivered. If we call it here, then it might happen that we get an error. So for that, what we are going to do, here we'll create a boolean variable, bool payment success. We're setting this to false, and here after our payment is done, if we are in this step, then our payment will be success. We need to set payment success to true. After this catch statement, if payment is success, in that case only we'll use mail service dot send mail from Gmail. You need to provide the receiver mail. It will be inside user dot email, and order will be inside So you will not get the access of order data because it's outside try catch. So we need to create a function like an empty map order data of order. We are setting it to empty map, and when our payment is successful, here the order data, we are setting order of data of order to the order data, and now we can get the access to the data of order. And for id we can provide empty string, and we can convert this one to string comma dynamic and just add a question mark. Now here just restart our application. Here if we now this is not a genuine email, just let us just create a user of genuine email. Let's create a real account with a real mail. Now here we are having a new account, and here we are having the mail. Now let's purchase some products. Here it's showing that we have 3 products in cart. Now let's increase the quantity. Let's proceed to checkout. Here it's saying fill your delivery details because here we don't have our address. We need to set our address. Now here we have filled the address. Let's apply a coupon code like please 20. Now discount got applied here for 50,000. Let's proceed to pay. Let's pay it. Now here we got payment is done. Then it's send email. That's the main thing. Here it's showing that mail sent successful. Let's wait. So here we received a mail order receipt, and here it's showing that this is the order receipt. Here we have the product name. Here we have the product price and total quantity and total. Here we have the product name, product price, total quantity and cost. Here we are applying the discount and total. Thank you for shopping with us. It means that we are able to send the order receipt after our payment is complete, and we can also verify our order from here. Here the admin also can verify that there is an order from John like this, and the admin can modify it to order ship. Now you can see that in both cases it got updated. Now if we change this, now suppose if John changes this to order cancel, and yes, then it got cancelled, but now he will not get the option to do any modification, but the admin can do some changes, like they can change market to delivered or do anything. So let's keep on that. And here we can track all the orders that we have. Orders not yet shipped, history, orders shipped, delivered, cancelled. Now here we have just missed out a small part. Suppose if the product is out of stock, then also we are giving the option to the client to add that product or buy now. This should not be the case. It should not be giving the two buttons below if our product is out of stock. So let's fix this. So inside our view product, here in our bottom navbar, we are having add to cart and buy now buttons. We are receiving all the data in form of arguments. So here we need to check arguments dot max quantity is equal to 0. Then if it's not equal to 0, then show this row. Otherwise, we'll be showing a sized box. Now all the buttons disappeared. We are not giving the option to the client to add this product anymore. Only if the admin increase the stock for this product, they will be able to add it. Now here we have not yet linked any route with the discount and offers button. Here on tap on the discount button, we'll be redirecting the users to the discount page that we have here. So it was /discount. So inside our profile.dart, when we press, it will redirect to navigator.push named context, and route will be our discount route. Now let's click here. It's taking us to the discount coupons. And also after we log in, we need to call this provider so it updates the UI. Now here in our home nav, we'll be having a init state, and inside init state we'll be calling provider.auth context. Listen will be to false, and it will be a return type of user provider. We are adding this. Suppose if we log out from this specific account and log into an existing account, in that case we are clearing all the provider, but we are not calling the user provider to load the data. So after login, we'll be getting redirected to our home nav, and there we are calling this to load the data for this specific user.